It had been a rough few weeks. The stress of work was starting to feel like a weight I couldn't shake off. My boss had been on my case. Deadlines were piling up, and the days seemed to blur into each other. So when my old friend, Tom, called up and offered me a weekend at his family's farm cabin to get away from the city, I didn't think twice. The cabin sat on the outskirts of a small town called Miller's Hollow, tucked away in the woods about an hour's drive from the nearest town. Tom had always spoken highly of it, the kind of place to find peace and solitude, far away from the noise of modern life, a chance to clear my head. He mentioned the cabin had been in his family for generations and had seen little use in recent years. I was ready for the break, so I packed my bags and made my way to the cabin. I drove up to Miller's Hollow late Friday afternoon. The roads were narrow and winding, surrounded by dense trees. As I turned off the main road onto the dirt path leading to the cabin, I couldn't help but feel a sense of isolation. The thick canopy above blocked most of the sunlight, and the only sounds were the crunching of gravel beneath my tires and the occasional chirp of birds hidden in the trees. The world felt far away from anything I knew. The cabin was exactly as Tom had described it. Old, weathered, and unassuming. It was made of rough-hewn logs, a simple one-story structure with a stone chimney that looked like it had been built a century ago. The front porch had a couple of rocking chairs that creaked when the wind blew. A small, overgrown garden sat next to the cabin, the edges of the garden now dominated by wild grasses and weeds. But it was still charming in its own way. Tom wasn't there when I arrived, but he had left the key hidden under a loose brick near the front door. I let myself in, and immediately, the smell of wood and old leather hit me. The interior was dim, lit only by the fading light of the evening sun through the dusty windows. It was a cozy, rustic space with a large stone fireplace, mismatched furniture, and old rugs scattered across the hardwood floors. There was a sense of age to the place, but it wasn't uninviting. It felt like the kind of place where time had slowed down and the world outside had no place. I settled in, unpacked my things, and explored the cabin. The kitchen was small but functional, with an old wood-burning stove, a worn countertop, and a rusted refrigerator. There was a narrow staircase at the back of the cabin that led up to a loft bedroom. I opened the door to the loft, which had a slanted roof with wooden beams that creaked as I stepped across the creaky floorboards. The bed was made up with faded quilts, and there was a small window that overlooked the forest behind the cabin. By the time I finished settling in, the sun had almost disappeared, leaving only a faint light behind the trees. I decided to start a fire in the fireplace to keep warm. As I did so, I noticed something strange about the atmosphere around the cabin. It was as if the air had grown heavier, more still. The forest outside seemed quieter too, like it was holding its breath. I shook it off as just my imagination, maybe the fatigue from the drive settling in. I made myself a quick dinner of canned chili, sitting at the kitchen table. As the fire crackled in the background, the unease in the air lingered, but I tried to push it aside. Tom wasn't due to arrive until later that night, so I decided to head outside for a walk to stretch my legs. The air had a sharp chill, and the forest seemed to close in around me as I ventured deeper, the trees stretching high above, their limbs twisting into strange shapes. The path, if you could even call it that, was more like a barely worn trail, overgrown with moss and fallen leaves. I walked for about half an hour, letting the quiet settle over me before I turned back. As I neared the cabin, I saw something moving in the trees near the edge of the woods, just a shadow in the dim light. I stopped, squinting, but it was gone as quickly as I had seen it. I tried to shake off the feeling creeping up my spine. It was probably an animal, something small like a deer or a raccoon. Still, there was a part of me that couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When I returned to the cabin, I started a second fire and settled in with a book. The night dragged on in silence, save for the occasional crackle from the fire and the distant calls of owls from the forest. Around 10 p.m., I heard the faint sound of an engine outside, followed by the crunch of gravel as Tom's truck pulled up the drive. Tom greeted me with his usual boisterous manner, his face flushed from the cold. He had brought some beer and other supplies, and we spent the next couple of hours chatting and catching up on old times. It felt nice, almost nostalgic, to be around a friend in such a peaceful place. But even as we relaxed, I noticed Tom seemed a little off. There was an odd look in his eyes, as if he was distracted or maybe even nervous. I didn't think much of it until later that night when we both went to bed. I was lying there in the loft, staring up at the beams of the ceiling, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that seemed to have settled back in. The wind outside picked up, making the trees rustle. I could hear the occasional creak of the house, but nothing out of the ordinary. Then, from below, I heard a door open. It was a soft creak, barely audible, but enough to make me sit up in bed. I listened for a moment, my pulse quickening. There was a long pause, followed by footsteps, slow, deliberate steps coming from the kitchen. I strained my ears, trying to figure out what was going on. I waited for Tom's voice, or maybe the sound of him moving about the cabin, but there was nothing. My heart started to pound in my chest. I couldn't explain why, but I knew something was wrong. I quietly crept down the stairs, moving as silently as I could. When I reached the bottom, I peered around the corner of the hallway. There was no one in sight. The kitchen was empty. Then, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The back door, the one that led out to the woods, was wide open. A gust of wind blew through it, rattling the door frame. I stood frozen for a long moment, my mind racing. Tom wasn't a prankster. He wouldn't have left the door open like that. And if he had gone outside, I would have heard him. Something wasn't right. My first instinct was to grab the phone and call for help, but I knew it was pointless. We were miles away from the nearest neighbor, and even cell service was spotty at best. I slowly crossed the kitchen, my senses on high alert, and moved toward the door. The cold air hit me in waves, the darkness outside pressing in. I looked around, hoping to spot Tom, but the woods were thick and black, only the occasional rustling of the wind disturbing the silence. Then I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the tree line, his back to me. His movements were slow, deliberate, and stiff. It was as though he was trying to avoid detection, but I knew it was him. I called out, but the words caught in my throat. Something wasn't right about the way he was standing, something off about his posture. I didn't wait to think. My feet moved on their own, carrying me toward him, but as I got closer, I froze in my tracks. There was something else standing in the shadows with him. Another figure, tall and thin, with its back turned to me. The figure wasn't moving. It was standing unnaturally still, like it was waiting for something. I don't know how long I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest. Then, as if on cue, Tom suddenly turned around. His eyes were wide, his face pale and drawn. It was like he had seen a ghost. The air between us felt charged, like we were both trapped in some kind of unspoken understanding. Something had happened out here in the woods, something neither of us could explain. Tom didn't say a word. He just looked at me, his face contorted in fear. Then, he grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the cabin. We didn't stop until we were inside. The door shut tight behind us. Tom didn't explain anything that night. We stayed up for hours, neither of us sleeping, both too terrified to say much. By the time the sun came up, we both knew it was time to leave. Whatever had happened out there, we had to get out of that place. We packed our things and left, driving back to the city in silence. I never asked Tom about that night, and he never brought it up again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching, waiting. The cabin on Miller's farm remains untouched, abandoned, a place that neither of us ever went back to. As I look back now, I realize that the true horror wasn't what we saw, but the feeling that whatever it was, whatever had been in those woods, was still out there, and it always will be. I've always been the kind of person who enjoyed solitude, so when I was given the chance to spend some time in a remote cabin in the French countryside, I jumped at it. My name is Michael, and I'm 34 years old. I had just gone through a tough breakup and needed time away from everything. From people, from the city, from all the noise. The cabin was located deep in the woods, far from any neighbors, tucked away near a small village called St. Agnan. It was the perfect place to disconnect, recharge, and hopefully find some peace. The cabin itself wasn't much, just a simple 2-story building made of stone and timber, the kind of place that looked like it had been standing for centuries. It had an old-fashioned charm, with a slanted roof and wooden shutters that creaked whenever the wind blew. There was a small porch with a rocking chair on it, and a woodpile stacked neatly beside the front door. It didn't look like it had been lived in for a while, but it was well maintained, and the owner had left me with a set of instructions for everything I needed to know about the place. I arrived there on a Friday afternoon, the air cool and crisp with the faint scent of pine and damp earth. The drive had been long, several hours from Paris, and I was relieved to finally be at my destination. The silence was overwhelming, the kind of quiet that felt heavy and all-encompassing. It was a stark contrast to the usual hustle and bustle of city life. The sun was beginning to set as I unloaded my things from the car. I had a backpack with clothes, a couple of books, and a bottle of whiskey. Nothing fancy, just enough to keep me occupied for the weekend. The cabin felt like it was miles away from civilization, and as I stood there looking around at the dense trees and thick fog rolling in, I felt a strange sense of unease, but I shrugged it off. After all, I had come here to escape, and I wasn't about to let a few nerves ruin that. Inside the cabin, it was even more rustic than I had expected. The floors were made of dark oak, worn smooth from years of use. The walls were lined with faded wallpaper and shelves filled with old books and trinkets. There was a large fireplace in the living room with a pile of logs stacked beside it. A comfortable-looking sofa sat near the window, where I could see the mist creeping along the ground outside. The kitchen was small but functional, with an old stove and a tiny table in the corner. The upstairs had 2 bedrooms, one of which I would use, and a bathroom tucked away in the back. After getting settled, I spent the evening reading by the fire, sipping whiskey, and watching the rain begin to pour down outside. The storm had been building for hours, and now it was in full swing, with thunder rumbling in the distance and lightning flashing across the sky. The wind picked up, causing the trees to sway violently, and the cabin creaked as if it were protesting the storm's fury. I didn't mind the storm. In fact, I found it soothing. It was the perfect backdrop for a weekend of isolation. But as the hours wore on, the feeling of unease started to grow. I couldn't quite put my finger on why. The rain was loud, but there was something about the way the wind howled outside that felt wrong. I tried to ignore it, turning up the volume on the record player to drown out the sound of the storm, but it didn't help. At some point, I must have fallen asleep on the couch, the fire dying down to embers. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of a loud thud from upstairs. My heart raced, and I immediately sat up, straining to listen. There it was again, a heavy, distinct noise, like something falling or being knocked over. I stood up slowly, trying to shake off the fog of sleep, my breath coming in shallow bursts. My mind raced, trying to think of an explanation. Maybe the old house was just settling, I told myself. Maybe it was just the wind. But as I stood there in the darkness, staring up at the wooden staircase leading to the second floor, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag, its weak beam barely cutting through the thick shadows of the room. I crept toward the stairs, the creaking of the wooden floorboards under my feet sounding deafening in the silence. The noise had stopped, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was off. I reached the top of the stairs and shined the flashlight down the hallway. The light flickered as if struggling against the darkness, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and shift with every movement. There was nothing out of the ordinary. No broken furniture, no signs of forced entry. Just an old wooden floor and closed doors to the 2 bedrooms. I told myself I was being paranoid, and yet, something in the back of my mind told me to be cautious. I checked the doors one by one, but found nothing. Everything was as it should be. I was just about to head back downstairs when I heard a faint noise coming from one of the rooms. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. The soft rustle of something moving. My heart skipped a beat. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed open the door to the room nearest me. The flashlight beam swept across the space, revealing an empty bed and a small desk. The window was open slightly, letting in the cool night air. But as my light moved toward the far corner of the room, I froze. There, in the corner, was a shape, a figure. It was hunched over, almost as if it were crouching or hiding. I couldn't make out any details, but the outline of the figure was clear enough. My first instinct was to bolt, but my body felt frozen in place. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Then, just as suddenly as I had seen it, the figure moved. It was fast, too fast, and in an instant it was gone, slipping into the darkness beyond the beam of my flashlight. I don't know how I managed to react, but I slammed the door shut and backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. I stood there, my breath ragged, my mind spinning. I had to be imagining things. There was no one in the cabin but me. I had locked all the doors when I arrived. I had checked every room, and yet I couldn't deny what I had seen. I didn't know what to do. I thought about leaving, about driving back into town, but I wasn't sure I could make it through the storm. I thought about calling for help, but who would I even call out here? There was no signal, no way to contact anyone. So I did what I could to calm myself down. I went back downstairs, locked every door, and made sure the windows were all shut tightly. I sat by the fire for a long time, waiting for the storm to pass, listening for any more strange sounds. The hours dragged on, but nothing else happened that night. The next morning, I woke up with a strange sense of dread hanging over me. The storm had passed, and the sky was clear, but the air felt thick and heavy. I decided to leave the cabin. I packed up my things, checked every room one last time, and locked up before getting in my car. The drive back to town was long and uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me from that cabin. I never went back to that cabin again. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me, maybe it was the isolation getting to me, but whatever it was, I knew that the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edges of the light, was something I couldn't escape. The cabin still stands, I'm sure, in the middle of those dark woods, waiting for someone else to come and find it. Building a small cabin in the middle of nowhere on a rainy night is something I'll never forget. The job wasn't what I expected, but in a way, that made it even more memorable. I had taken a job to construct a simple, off-the-grid cabin for a wealthy client who wanted some peace and quiet. The location was deep in the woods in the middle of nowhere, a few hours from the nearest town. I'm not exactly a carpenter by trade, but I knew enough to get by, and I could handle a little work with wood. It was the middle of October, and the weather had already turned colder than I was used to, even though the weather report said it'd be a mild fall. But no, it wasn't mild at all. I had been working at the site for a week, and the first few days had been clear and crisp, but things were about to change. The client, James Carter, was an older man in his late 50s, with a gruff exterior and a tendency to speak in short, clipped sentences. He didn't give me much direction, which I appreciated in a way. He just wanted a small cabin, something simple that he could escape to. By the third day, the skies began to darken earlier than expected. A storm was brewing, and soon enough, the heavy rain started to pour down, turning the already muddy ground into thick, sticky mud. I was halfway through putting up the cabin's frame when the downpour started. I had hoped it would blow over quickly, but the rain only intensified as the evening wore on. I had a little tent set up a short distance from the construction site. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small tent I used to sleep in at night, but it did the job. I was hoping to finish a few more tasks before calling it a night, but with the rain pounding down, I realized it was going to be a long one. By then, the frame was mostly set, but I still had a ways to go before the structure would be anywhere near livable. The temperature had dropped sharply, and the rain wasn't showing signs of stopping. The forest was dense, and the trees swayed in the wind, making the darkened sky seem even more oppressive. The whole area felt isolated, like the kind of place where time slows down, and it's easy to lose track of everything else. As I worked, I couldn't help but notice how eerily quiet the forest was. Usually, there's the sound of insects or birds, but that night, it felt like the entire forest had gone still. I decided to call it a night around 9 p.m. when I could barely see through the sheets of rain anymore. I had just finished securing the roof beams and started heading toward the tent when I heard a noise behind me. Something that wasn't the rain or wind. It was a sound that didn't quite fit, like a branch snapping, but not in the way branches usually snap. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I turned around, but the rain was so thick I could barely make out anything through it. For a few seconds, I stood still, listening. I had a strong sense of unease creeping up my spine. The whole area was isolated, and the only people around were me and James, so I couldn't understand what or who would be out there in the storm. I figured it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something, but the way the sound lingered made me question that. I started walking back to the tent, shaking off the feeling. I tried to keep my mind occupied, telling myself that it was just the forest being its usual self. After all, I had been working in remote places before and hadn't had any issues. But tonight felt different. The rain had a constant pounding rhythm, and the wind was picking up, pushing the trees back and forth. There was something about the way the storm made everything seem more distant, like the entire world was swallowed up by the wet, dark night. I reached my tent and unzipped the door, crawling inside and quickly securing the flap. The tent was small, just enough to fit a cot and a bag, but it was warm enough once I had the small heater running. I pulled my wet clothes off, hung them by the tent entrance to dry, and climbed into my sleeping bag, hoping I could get some rest despite the storm. I tried to settle in, but the uneasy feeling wouldn't go away. It wasn't just the sound, it was the silence that came after. Everything had gone still. The storm's steady thrum was the only thing I could hear now. I stayed awake for what felt like hours, staring at the walls of the tent, my mind racing. At one point, I heard the sound again, but this time, it was closer, the snap of a branch. I knew for a fact that the forest around me wasn't home to many large animals. The usual wildlife around here was smaller stuff, rabbits, raccoons, maybe a fox or two. I didn't expect to hear something like this. The noise was sharp, and I could tell it was on the move. I slowly reached for the flashlight I had stashed at the corner of the tent, flicked it on, and shone it toward the entrance. The light barely penetrated the sheets of rain outside, but I still couldn't see anything. I waited. The wind howled, but no more sounds came from the forest. My heart rate sped up. I wasn't sure what I was afraid of, but I knew that something wasn't right. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, the minutes dragging on. The storm continued to rage, and I tried to push the unsettling feeling away. But then, there was another noise. This time it was closer to the tent. The sound of footsteps, the wet squelch of shoes in the mud. I felt my stomach drop. I wasn't sure how long it had been since the last noise, but the rain was falling harder now, and I couldn't see past the small space of the tent. The footsteps seemed to circle around, slow, almost deliberate. I grabbed my jacket and yanked it on, then zipped open the flap and stepped outside. The rain hit me like a wall, and the cold was immediate, seeping into my skin. I scanned the area, shining the flashlight into the dark, but I saw nothing, just trees, wet ground, and the constant rain. The world felt smaller in the rain, the trees standing tall and looming, casting long shadows despite the storm. I told myself it was nothing. There was no one out here, no one but me. Maybe it was just my imagination getting the best of me. I was alone in the woods, deep in isolation. Could have been the wind, or maybe an animal, something in the underbrush. My breath came in sharp bursts, and I took a few deep ones to calm myself down. But as I started to turn back to the tent, I heard it again. Closer this time, the wet slapping of shoes in the mud, and then the unmistakable sound of someone or something breathing heavily, close enough that I could almost feel it. I turned sharply and swung the flashlight back into the forest, praying to see nothing. But this time I caught a glimpse. In the shadows, just beyond the range of the light, a figure stood still. Not an animal, not a shadow, person, tall, lanky, and drenched from head to toe in rain. The figure didn't move, just stood there, staring into the woods as if it hadn't noticed me. I froze, my pulse pounding in my ears. I couldn't tell if they were looking at me or if they were simply too far to notice. The world felt muffled, my breath quickening as I took a step backward. And then the figure moved. It didn't rush or startle. It simply turned, walking back into the trees, disappearing into the rain-soaked darkness. I stood there for a long moment, frozen to the spot. I don't know why I didn't run or scream, but my feet wouldn't move. The footsteps faded into the storm. The world returned to that deep, oppressive silence. I retreated back to the tent, the flashlight shaking in my hand. I zipped it up and sat against the wall, trying to gather my thoughts. The storm raged on, but I felt an overwhelming sense of dread that wouldn't let go. The figure was gone, but I knew what I had seen. I wasn't imagining it. The next morning, I packed up and left. The rain had let up, but the sky was still heavy, as if the storm had left a permanent mark on the world. I didn't finish the cabin. I didn't care anymore. The uneasy feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. As I drove back toward civilization, I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been watching me in the night, watching and waiting. When I arrived home, I told myself I would never return to that place. It wasn't the isolation or the storm. It wasn't even the rain. It was the feeling of being watched, of knowing that there was someone or something out there lurking in the shadows. I never finished the cabin, and I don't think I ever will. It was the kind of place that should remain unfinished, just like the story. The first time I set foot in the cabin, I knew it was going to be different from all the others. I'd spent plenty of nights in small, remote cabins in the middle of nowhere, places far from the distractions of everyday life. But this one had a certain heaviness to it, a kind of weight that pressed down on you, almost like the place itself was trying to tell you something. I was 35, an experienced hunter, someone who'd spent more nights in the wild than I could count. My name is Jack, and I had been invited by an old friend of mine, Eric, to join him for a week-long hunting trip. Eric and I had grown up together, and though we drifted apart in recent years, I couldn't resist when he called me up out of the blue, asking if I wanted to spend some time in a cabin his uncle owned up in the mountains. It was early autumn, and the mountains were starting to get that crisp feel in the air. The leaves were just beginning to change color, and the forest smelled of pine and wet earth. Eric told me that the cabin was isolated, a good 2-hour drive off the main road, and that it would be perfect for a relaxing getaway. I wasn't sure why, but something about the idea of the place felt off. Maybe it was the fact that Eric hadn't really been back to visit in years. I'd never heard of his uncle having a cabin before, and I found it strange that he'd never mentioned it when we were younger. But I pushed that feeling aside. I told myself I was just being paranoid, and that nothing could go wrong on a hunting trip. When I arrived, the cabin was everything I'd imagined. A small, worn-down building that looked like it had been built decades ago. The wood was old, the walls sagging a little under the weight of years and weather. There was no electricity, only a small gas stove and a fireplace that had clearly been used in the past. The roof looked sturdy enough, but the windows were covered with grime and dust. The place had a neglected, forgotten feel about it, like it had been left behind by time. Eric was already there, unloading his gear from the truck. He looked the same as always, tall, rugged, with a stubble that seemed permanent. When he saw me, he waved and grinned. "Glad you could make it," he said. "I told you, this place is perfect for getting away from everything. No distractions, no one around for miles." The first night was uneventful. We ate a simple dinner of canned beans and sausages, washed it down with some beer, and talked about old times. The night was quiet, almost too quiet. The wind rustled through the trees outside, but there was no sound of animals or the usual night creatures. No owls hooting, no rustling of small mammals scurrying through the underbrush. Felt strange, but I didn't think much of it at the time. We were here to hunt, not to sit and listen to the woods. The next morning, Eric and I went out early, just as the sun was rising, with our rifles slung over our shoulders. The forest around the cabin was dense, with thick stands of trees and underbrush. It was exactly the kind of place where you'd expect to find deer, maybe even a bear if you were lucky. The ground was soft from the recent rains, and the scent of wet leaves hung in the air. As we walked deeper into the forest, I started to notice things that didn't sit right. The tracks were fresh, but there was something off about them. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but they didn't look like the usual deer tracks I was used to. They were too large, too heavy, like something with a much bigger frame had been moving through the woods. I pointed it out to Eric, but he just brushed it off. "Probably just a moose," he said. "They come through here sometimes. Nothing to worry about." But I wasn't so sure. The tracks didn't match anything I had seen before. They were oddly spaced, and there was something unnatural about the way they twisted around the trees, almost as if whatever had made them was trying to avoid being noticed. But I didn't want to scare Eric, so I kept my thoughts to myself. We spent the whole day out there, but we didn't see anything. No deer, no bears, not even the usual squirrels and rabbits. Just silence, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, we headed back to the cabin, empty-handed. That night, things started to feel off. Eric had gone to bed early, exhausted from the hike, but I stayed up, sitting by the fire, staring into the flames. The cabin creaked as the wind picked up, rattling the windows and shaking the wooden beams above me. I kept hearing noises outside, but every time I looked, nothing was there. Around midnight, I heard something moving around outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind or an animal, but the sound was too deliberate. There was a rhythm to it, something human about it. I stood up, my heart racing. I grabbed my rifle and cautiously walked over to the door, but when I peered through the small window, all I saw was darkness. It was cold outside, and the wind had started to howl again. I stood there for a long time, straining my ears, but the sound was gone. Reluctantly, I returned to the fire, still feeling uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching. The next day, I decided to go out again, But this time, I went alone. Eric was still sleeping when I left, and I needed to clear my head. The woods were quiet as I made my way through them, the only sound my boots crunching on the frozen ground. I was following the strange tracks again, hoping to figure out what kind of animal had made them. I kept my rifle ready just in case. That's when I saw it. I had reached a small clearing when I noticed something strange up ahead. It was a shape, hunched over, almost like a person, but it was covered in a dark, matted fur. The thing was rummaging through the underbrush, its movements jerky and erratic. I froze, my heart in my throat. At first, I thought it was a bear, but it was too strange. Bears don't move like that. It was too unnatural. I felt a wave of fear rush over me, but I couldn't look away. I slowly raised my rifle, lining it up with the creature's back. But just as I was about to pull the trigger, it turned. It wasn't a bear. It was something else, tall, hunched, with long arms that reached down to the ground. Its face was covered in fur, but I could see its eyes, wide and shining in the dim light. It was staring directly at me. For a moment, everything stopped. I didn't breathe, didn't move, just locked eyes with this thing, whatever it was. It was almost like it knew I was there, like it was waiting for me to make the first move. Then, in a split second, it turned and bolted off into the trees, disappearing into the woods before I could react. I stood there, stunned, for what felt like an eternity. My hands were shaking so much that I had trouble lowering my rifle. I didn't know what to think. It wasn't like anything I had ever seen before. I had hunted in these woods for years, but this was something else. I hurried back to the cabin, my mind racing. I didn't tell Eric what I had seen. He wouldn't have believed me anyway. And even if he did, I knew I wouldn't be able to explain it. All I could do was pack up my things and get out of there. The next morning, I left without saying a word to Eric. I don't know what I saw in those woods that day, but I know I'll never go back to that cabin. Something was out there, something that didn't belong, and I wasn't about to find out what it was. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one leaving. It had been a long drive from the city, the kind of drive that drags on until the road stretches out like an endless ribbon, twisting between trees and empty fields. The cabin sat nestled in the woods, a few miles away from the nearest town, and I'd been looking forward to the solitude. It was just me, the trees, and the wild air, far from the noise of the city, from work, from everything. I didn't mind the isolation. In fact, I thrived in it. The year was 2023. I was 32 years old, living in the rush of urban life. A bit of a loner, really. I had booked this cabin for a week of quiet, to reset, clear my head, and maybe get some writing done. My name's Jason, by the way. I'm not much for talking, but I'm pretty comfortable in my own skin. I'd gotten used to being alone. It didn't bother me. I wasn't one of those people who needed constant company. In fact, I preferred the company of my thoughts to the buzz of social interaction. When I arrived, the sun had begun to dip behind the trees, casting a soft orange glow over the cabin. It was small, but it was perfect for what I needed. A stone fireplace, a small kitchen with a gas stove, and one large window that overlooked a vast, untouched stretch of forest. The view was beautiful in a way that felt almost haunting. I settled in, unpacked, and made myself some coffee. The cabin was quiet, but it wasn't the kind of silence that felt empty. It was full of life, full of soundless rustling from the woods and the occasional bird call. The kind of quiet that lets you hear your own heartbeat, the air in your lungs, and the distant creaks of an old building settling in. It felt like I'd been there for hours, just sitting on the couch, staring out the window, when I noticed the first strange thing. At the edge of the forest, where the trees started to thicken, there was a movement, a figure. At first, I thought it was a deer, but the way it moved was off. It wasn't the fluid, graceful way of a deer. No, this figure moved too slowly, too deliberately. I squinted through the window, trying to make it out more clearly, but the light was fading, and all I could see was a dark, hulking shape. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to my eyes playing tricks in the low light. Maybe it was just the wind moving something. Still, the figure lingered in my mind, and I found myself distracted, wondering who would be out there, this far from town. There was no one else around for miles. The nearest neighbor was about a mile away, and they were an old couple who rarely left their home. So what was that? I didn't know. As night fell, I made a simple dinner and ate in front of the fire, the cabin feeling cozier with the flames crackling in the hearth. I tried to ignore the odd feeling creeping up on me. The figure wasn't there anymore, but my mind kept going back to it. Maybe it was just some wildlife I hadn't seen before. Bears were rare, but they lived in the area. Still, this didn't feel like a bear. The way it moved didn't fit. I finished my meal, washed the dishes, and went to bed early. The bed was comfortable enough, and I fell asleep quickly. But sleep, as it often does in places like this, was restless. The night outside seemed unnaturally still. The wind had died down, and the only sounds I could hear were my own breathing and the faint, irregular noises from the forest. It was too quiet. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. There was no reason for it. I just opened my eyes, wide awake, my mind sharp. At first, I didn't think anything of it. But then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic sound. It was so subtle at first that I couldn't place it, but it was there. A tapping noise, tap, 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 came from outside the cabin, just beneath the window. My heart rate kicked up a notch. I listened, straining to hear it again, but all I heard was the rustling of the wind in the trees. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I got out of bed, tiptoed to the window, and slowly peered outside. Nothing. The moon was barely visible through the canopy of trees, casting everything in a soft, ghostly light. The ground was covered with fallen leaves and pine needles, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth. I felt foolish for getting up over a noise I probably imagined. I turned back to the bed, but the unease wouldn't leave me. The tapping sound continued, louder this time, like a steady, rhythmic knocking on wood. I didn't know what to make of it. I had no neighbors, no other cabins nearby, nothing that could explain the noise. Was it an animal? Maybe a bird pecking at the window? But that didn't feel right either. I stood there for a moment, listening intently, before deciding I was being paranoid. After all, the cabin was sturdy, and the woods were known for their odd noises. I didn't need to let my imagination run wild, but sleep didn't come easily after that. Every little creak of the building made my skin crawl. Every wind-blown leaf that brushed against the window made me jump. I kept hearing the tapping noise, and it seemed to come from different places around the cabin now. It was subtle, but it was there. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. By morning, the tapping had stopped. The sun rose through the trees, and the world outside seemed calm again. I tried to convince myself it had all been some kind of half-awake nightmare. But the feeling of being watched lingered, a gnawing sensation in the back of my mind that I couldn't shake. I went outside to stretch my legs, hoping to clear my head. The woods around the cabin were beautiful, with towering trees and the occasional burst of wildflowers. The fresh morning air filled my lungs, and for a moment, I felt at peace. The noise from last night seemed like a distant memory. But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. At the edge of the woods, where the trees grew dense and dark, there was a large footprint in the dirt. It wasn't animal, not any animal I knew of, at least. The print was too large, the toes too human. The ground was soft, still damp from the night's chill, and the imprint was clear. I crouched down to examine it, my mind racing. The size of the print was unnerving, and there was something about it that didn't sit right. I took a step back, my pulse quickening. I didn't know what to make of it. The first thought that came to mind was that someone had been out here, someone who didn't belong. But who would be out here? The nearest road was miles away, and the trail to the cabin was barely a dirt path. No one would be out here. I spent the rest of the day trying to distract myself. I hiked through the woods, telling myself the footprint was just some oddity of nature, maybe a large bear or something else that had wandered in. But the longer I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. The thought of someone being out there, in the woods watching my cabin, began to creep into my mind. Couldn't shake it. That night, I locked every door and window, pulling the curtains tight. I didn't want to feel trapped, but I did. I stayed up late again, listening for any sound that would tell me if I was just being paranoid, or if someone really was out there. I never heard the tapping again, but I couldn't escape the feeling that something was out there, in the dark, waiting. The next morning, I packed up and left the cabin, despite my original plan to stay for the week. I couldn't explain it, but the woods had gone from peaceful to terrifying in the span of just a few days. I didn't feel safe anymore. As I drove away, glancing in the rearview mirror at the cabin slowly disappearing from view, I felt a strange relief. The woods had been too quiet, too still, and whatever that figure was, whatever those footsteps meant, I didn't want to find out. I never went back to that cabin. It was a quiet evening when I arrived at the cabin, tucked away in the dense woods of northern Idaho, the kind of place that seemed frozen in time, isolated from everything else. I was there to get away from the noise of city life, a break from my busy schedule, my demanding job, and the constant buzz of social media. The cabin, an old structure with a rusted metal roof, stood alone amidst towering trees that stretched far into the horizon. I'd found the place online, a rustic retreat with just enough comfort to make it feel like home, but still primitive enough to give me the solitude I needed. The air was cool, a slight breeze rustling the leaves overhead. The smell of pine and damp earth filled my lungs as I unloaded my bags from the back of the truck. The sun had already dipped behind the mountains, leaving behind a soft twilight. My phone had no signal out here, which was exactly what I wanted.
No interruptions.
No one to bother me. I stepped inside the cabin, the door creaking as I pushed it open. The space inside was small but cozy. A stone fireplace dominated one side of the room, with a few chairs and a wooden dining table scattered around. A single lamp flickered on the far end, casting a warm, yellowish glow over everything. There was a faint smell of wood smoke lingering in the air, probably from the last time the place was used. It wasn't luxurious by any means. The floors creaked underfoot, and the furniture was basic, but it had a certain charm to it. I threw my bags on the bed in the small bedroom at the back of the cabin, the only one in the house. The windows looked out over the forest, but tonight they were covered with heavy curtains, the moonlight struggling to break through. I turned on the lamp beside the bed, unpacked my things, and decided to take a walk before the night fully set in. The quiet felt unnatural, too still, the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of every small sound. I grabbed my jacket and stepped back outside, closing the door quietly behind me. The cool air nipped at my face as I wandered deeper into the woods. The trees stood tall and imposing, their branches twisting and turning as if reaching out to catch me. The path, a narrow dirt trail, wound its way around the forest, and I followed it with no particular destination in mind. The only sound was the crunch of dead leaves beneath my boots and the occasional rustling of wildlife in the underbrush. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was subtle at first, just a sense of being watched, a fleeting thought that passed through my mind and quickly disappeared. But the longer I stayed out there, the stronger the feeling grew. Every now and then, I'd catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow darting between the trees. I stopped, frozen for a moment, listening, but heard nothing. No wind, no animals, no voices, just the deep, unsettling silence of the forest. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks, the result of being in an unfamiliar place. But even as I turned to head back to the cabin, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. I quickened my pace, my boots thudding against the ground louder now, as if I needed to get back to the safety of the cabin. When I finally reached the door, I hesitated for a moment, standing just outside, looking back at the dark woods behind me. The trees loomed, casting long shadows in the fading light. Something was off, but I couldn't place it. The feeling of being watched was still there, and now it felt more pressing, more real. My skin prickled with the cold, or maybe it was something else. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, locking it behind me. The creak of the door seemed louder than it should have been, and I felt a sudden urge to check the windows. I walked over to the nearest one, pulling back the curtain slightly to peer outside. The darkness beyond was thick, impenetrable. Nothing moved. Nothing was there. I sat down at the wooden table, trying to shake off the unease that was growing in my mind. My fingers drummed nervously against the surface. I told myself it was just a long day, that I needed to relax, but the feeling didn't leave. It lingered in the back of my mind, gnawing at me. I reached for the small radio on the counter, hoping to fill the silence with some noise. The static buzzed as I turned the dial, eventually landing on a station playing soft classical music. It was calming at first, but soon enough, the stillness of the cabin began to feel oppressive again. That's when I heard it, a faint scratching sound, barely audible over the music, came from outside. I jumped, my heart racing in my chest. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the sound continued, slow and deliberate, like something or someone was deliberately trying to get my attention. I stood up, my legs feeling heavy as I walked to the door. My hand shook as I reached for the handle. I opened the door cautiously, peering into the darkened woods, half expecting to see nothing but the trees and the quiet night. But then I saw it, a figure, standing just beyond the reach of the cabin's porch light. At first, I thought it was a trick of the shadows, my eyes playing games with me. But the figure didn't move. It just stood there, unmoving, watching. I couldn't make out details, just the shape of a person, tall and thin, standing in the dark. I felt my breath catch in my throat. Who the hell was that? And why were they just standing there? I backed away from the door, my pulse quickening. The figure didn't move. It didn't step forward or retreat. It just stayed there, locked in place. I slammed the door shut, the sound echoing in the silence. My heart was pounding now, my mind racing to find an explanation. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears as I backed away from the door, my eyes glued to it, waiting for the slightest sign that the figure would move. But nothing happened. The minutes dragged on in agonizing silence. I grabbed my phone, even though I knew there was no signal. The damn thing was useless out here, but it felt comforting to hold it. I tried calling the cabin's owner, the number I had gotten from the website, but as expected, there was no connection. The call wouldn't go through. I didn't know what to do. The figure outside was still there. It had to be. I didn't dare open the door again to check. The hours felt like days. I spent the rest of the night staring out the window, unable to tear my eyes away from the darkness outside. My mind ran through every possible scenario. Was someone just playing a prank on me? Was it a lost hiker? Or maybe someone who had wandered too far into the woods? But nothing made sense. No one had come by since I arrived, and this was a remote area. The nearest town was miles away. The morning came slowly. I hadn't slept a wink. The sky outside had just started to lighten, the first signs of dawn breaking over the horizon. The forest was still silent, the usual sounds of wildlife missing. I stood by the window, waiting, hoping to see some sign of movement. Then, as the light grew stronger, I finally saw it. The figure was gone. I breathed a sigh of relief, but it was a hollow one. I couldn't explain what had happened or who that person was, but the fact that they were gone didn't erase the unease that still lingered in my chest. I packed up quickly, grabbed my things, and made my way back to the truck. I didn't want to stick around to find out more. The cabin, once charming and secluded, now felt like a prison. As I drove away, the road stretching out before me, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin, now distant in the background, seemed as if it had never been anything more than a fleeting thought. I felt the weight of the unease lifting slowly as I left the woods behind. But there was one thing I knew for sure. I would never come back to that cabin again. The figure in the woods, whoever or whatever they were, would remain a mystery, one I would never solve. But I didn't need to. Some things are better left unexplained, I realized. Some things should stay in the dark. And as the truck rumbled down the winding road, I knew one thing for sure. The woods had their secrets, and some of them were better left buried. The first time I saw him, I was trying to fix the door. It had been an old cabin, tucked away in the woods, about 5 miles off the nearest gravel road. The kind of place that looked like it was pulled straight out of the past, with its creaky wooden floors and old beams that had been painted 100 times but still looked aged. I'd been coming out here for a week every fall for the past few years. It was just me, the cabin, and the forest, a place where I could escape my stressful job and recharge. I had just turned 33, which meant I was in the middle of a crisis I couldn't quite define. My mind had been running in circles for months. The cabin had become a refuge, a way to disconnect from the relentless pace of my life in the city. It wasn't much, just a one-room cabin with a rusty stove, a few rickety pieces of furniture, and a bed that creaked louder than it should whenever I moved. But it was mine, or at least it felt that way. The day I saw the man with the short glasses started like any other. The morning was cool, the sun barely breaking through the thick canopy of trees, casting long shadows on the ground. I stepped outside to stretch, taking in the crisp air, the scent of pine and earth. I was alone, just the way I liked it. I'd been struggling with the door for hours. The old hinges had worn out over time, and the door wouldn't stay shut without a chair propped up against it. That morning, I decided to do something about it. I grabbed my toolbox and set to work. My hands were cold from the autumn air, but the work felt good, like something tangible I could hold onto. As I knelt in front of the door, adjusting the latch, I heard a rustling in the woods beyond the cabin. It wasn't the sound of animals, it was too deliberate, too human. I paused, my hands stilling as I tried to listen. The wind picked up, making it hard to hear anything clearly, but I thought I heard footsteps. Not the crunching of leaves or twigs from some forest creature, but the steady, deliberate thud of boots on the ground. I stood up slowly, dusting off my hands. The door, halfway fixed, was still swinging slightly open. I glanced around the cabin, looking for anything that might explain the noise. That's when I saw him. He was standing in the clearing about 50 yards away, just watching me. A man, tall but not imposing, wearing a dark jacket and pants that looked like they had seen better days. His most noticeable feature was the pair of short, thick glasses he wore. They seemed too small for his face, perched low on his nose. He stood there for a moment, his gaze fixed on me, not moving an inch. I didn't know what to do. It wasn't unusual to see people around this area, especially since I'd been coming up here for years. But this felt different, felt wrong. The man didn't wave or try to call out to me. He didn't do anything. He just stood there. I cleared my throat, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling settling in my chest. I called out, though I didn't expect much of a response. "Hey, you lost or something?" Nothing. For a second, I thought maybe he hadn't heard me, but then I noticed something. His posture. He wasn't just standing there. He was waiting for what I had no idea. A cold shiver ran down my spine, but I tried to ignore it. I was in the middle of nowhere, after all. I had a cabin to fix. I didn't need to get caught up in strange encounters with people. I turned back to the door, forcing myself to focus on the task at hand. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching. My mind raced, thinking of all the possible explanations. Someone passing through the woods, maybe. But I couldn't shake the unsettling sensation that this wasn't just some random traveler. I grabbed the hammer, focusing on the task again, hammering nails into the frame to secure the door. My hands were shaking now. My movements were jerky, less fluid than usual. The weight of the silence pressed on me, and every sound, the wind, the creaking of the cabin, felt amplified, like the world was holding its breath. Suddenly, I heard something that made me stop. A slow, deliberate step. Then another, and another. The man was moving closer. My heart hammered in my chest as I glanced over my shoulder. He was walking toward me now, not fast but not slow either. Just steady, like he had all the time in the world. My instincts kicked in. I stood up quickly, dropping the hammer, and my mind raced with possible solutions. Should I run? Should I confront him? But something held me back. Something in the way he moved or didn't move kept me rooted in place. I finally called out again, my voice sharper this time. "Hey, what do you want?" But again, no response. The man just kept walking, his gaze never leaving mine. As he got closer, I noticed more details about him. His jacket was a dull brown, worn with age. His glasses, small and round, reflected the sunlight in an unsettling way. His face was thin, pale, like someone who spent too much time indoors. His hair was light brown, cut short, and his expression was unreadable. He wasn't smiling, frowning, or anything in between. He looked neutral, detached, almost like he didn't care at all. He was close now, too close, and my pulse quickened as he came to a stop just a few feet away from me. The air felt heavier, thicker, like it was pressing down on me. He didn't speak. He didn't do anything at all. He just stood there, staring. I could feel the weight of his gaze, cold and intense. I wanted to back away, but my feet felt frozen, like I couldn't move. It was then that I noticed something, the strange smell in the air. It wasn't overpowering, but it was there, lingering. Something chemical almost. My stomach churned, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. What was that? Why did he smell like that? My heart pounded as I stared at him, trying to figure out what was going on. And then, as if on cue, he turned and walked back toward the woods. No hurry, no glance back. He simply turned and walked away. I stood there for what felt like hours, watching him disappear into the trees, my mind spinning with questions. What the hell had just happened? Was I imagining things? Was he some kind of hunter? A hermit living out in the woods? None of it made sense. But as I turned back toward the cabin, I noticed something in the dirt, just where he had been standing. Faint, dark stain. It was hard to make out, but it looked like a patch of wet soil, smeared with something. I didn't want to get any closer. The smell, the way he had just appeared and then left, it all felt wrong. I spent the rest of the day in a daze. I didn't fix the door anymore. Instead, I went inside, locked the door, and sat in the corner, staring at the walls. My mind raced with questions and my body was on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That man, he wasn't just some passerby. I could feel it in my gut. The night came, and with it, a heavy silence, the kind that felt suffocating. But I didn't sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, his glasses reflecting the light. Felt like he was still out there, watching. The next morning, I packed up. I didn't care about finishing the door or the cabin anymore. The thought of being out there, alone, after what had happened, didn't sit right with me. I didn't even stop to look at the stain on the ground where he'd been. I just wanted to leave. I drove away, leaving the cabin behind, but as I pulled onto the main road, I caught a glimpse of something in the rearview mirror. A figure, standing by the side of the road, watching me drive away. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I still don't know who he was. I never went back to that cabin either. Something about it wasn't right. There's a feeling in my gut, a nagging thought that I'll never shake. I don't know what he wanted or why he was there, but I do know one thing. I'll never forget the man with short glasses. It was the kind of night that makes you question why you ever decided to leave home. The wind howled through the trees, sending cold gusts of air that made the cabin walls creak and groan as though they too were trying to escape the storm. I was alone, completely alone, except for my thoughts and the relentless roar of the storm outside. The rain, thick and heavy, splattered against the windows like rocks, and thunder cracked above, shaking the ground beneath my feet. I'd seen storms like this before, but tonight felt different. I could sense something hanging in the air, something that felt off, like the calm before the storm, a storm that had already arrived. The cabin itself wasn't anything special. It was an old, creaky place, built in the 80s and barely updated since. There were no modern conveniences, just the essentials. A stove, a fireplace, a couple of wooden chairs, and a bed tucked in the back corner of the room. The walls were lined with worn wooden planks, and the floor had that familiar, almost nostalgic scent of pine. It was a small place, secluded deep in the woods, far away from any civilization. Just the way I liked it when I wanted to get away. But tonight, I wasn't here for solitude. I had come to this cabin with one purpose in mind: to confront Chris, my cousin, who had been a cop for as long as I could remember. I had no idea why he insisted on meeting here of all places. It didn't make sense, not when I knew how much he hated being away from the city. But when he called and asked me to meet him here, I couldn't refuse. He had sounded different on the phone, tense, even a little paranoid. I had brushed it off as nothing, assuming he was just tired from his work. But now that I was here, alone in the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The storm had started right after I arrived. The heavy rain came down in sheets, and by the time I had made my way inside, drenched from head to toe, I noticed that the cabin was eerily silent. Too silent. No sign of Chris. I checked my watch. 9:15 p.m. He was supposed to be here by now. I told myself I was just being paranoid, but deep down, I had this gnawing feeling that something wasn't right. I tried calling him, but there was no answer. Then I heard it, a faint, muffled sound, like something being dragged across the floor. My heart skipped a beat. I stood frozen, listening, my breath caught in my throat. The sound came again, closer this time. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it was undeniable. Someone was here. I grabbed the nearest object, one of the heavy metal chairs, and held it tight in my hands, prepared to defend myself if I needed to. The storm outside raged louder as the wind whipped through the trees, but I was focused entirely on the sound. It was coming from the back of the cabin, near the small room where the bed was. I couldn't see anything in the dim light. The only illumination came from a flickering lamp on the table, casting long shadows across the walls. I edged closer, every muscle in my body tense, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. My fingers tightened around the chair, and I took a deep breath, preparing myself for whatever lay ahead. The sound grew louder, a dragging, scraping noise that now seemed to be coming from just beyond the doorway to the back room. I was almost there when I saw it. A shadow moving across the floor, shifting slowly in the low light. Then, everything happened in a blur. A figure appeared in the doorway. It was Chris, or at least it looked like him. His usual broad shoulders and strong build were unmistakable. But his face, something was off. His eyes were wide, wild, and his breathing was shallow, erratic. He was holding something in his hand, something that gleamed in the light. My eyes locked on it. He was holding a gun. My heart pounded in my chest. I wanted to scream, to ask him what the hell was going on, but the words caught in my throat. All I could do was stand there, frozen, watching him. "Chris?" I whispered, barely able to get the word out. "What are you doing?" He didn't respond. Instead, he stepped into the room, his eyes darting around nervously, as though he was trying to make sense of everything. His hand trembled as he held the gun, the barrel pointing slightly downward, but it still made me feel like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, one wrong move away from falling off. I backed up slowly, my mind racing, trying to piece together what was happening. I could see it now, the blood on his clothes, the streaks of red that had soaked through his shirt. It was smeared across his hands, his face, as though he had been in the middle of something horrific. "Chris, what happened?" I said, my voice louder this time, more insistent. "What did you do?" His eyes flicked toward me, and for a moment, I saw something in his gaze, something empty. It was like he wasn't really there. He blinked a few times, as though trying to focus, but he didn't say anything. Then, without warning, he dropped the gun to the floor with a loud clatter. I froze again. Something was very, very wrong. The air in the cabin grew thick, heavy. The smell of blood was overpowering now, mixed with the mustiness of the old wood and the storm outside. I couldn't tear my eyes away from him, even as my mind screamed for me to run. He finally spoke, his voice low and strained, almost as if he were speaking through a haze. "I had no choice," he muttered. "I had no choice." The words didn't make sense. My cousin, a cop, was standing in front of me, covered in blood, with a gun in his hand, muttering about not having a choice. I tried to make sense of it, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt my stomach churn. I glanced around the cabin, searching for anything that might explain what had happened. The back room. I had to check the back room. I moved slowly, carefully, trying not to make any sudden moves that might set him off. I didn't know what had happened here, but I knew it wasn't good. I reached the door to the back room and pushed it open slowly. I gasped. On the floor, in a pool of blood, lay the body of a man I didn't recognize. His face was pale, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was dressed in plain clothes, but his chest was torn open, and the blood had stained the floor beneath him. His arms were twisted in an unnatural position, and I could see the faintest hint of a struggle in the way his body was contorted. I turned back to Chris, who was now standing in the doorway, his expression blank. There was no remorse in his eyes, no recognition of the horror he had caused. It was as though he had become a shell of the person I once knew. "What happened, Chris?" I asked again, my voice trembling. "Who is he?" Chris didn't answer. He simply stepped forward and collapsed to his knees, his head falling into his hands. His body shook, as if the weight of what he had done was finally sinking in. The realization hit me hard. This wasn't some mistake, some misunderstanding. Chris had killed this man, and now he was lost, broken in a way I couldn't understand. I stood there for a long time watching him. The storm raged outside, but inside, there was nothing but silence. The kind of silence that weighs heavy on you, crushing you with its quiet intensity. My heart ached for my cousin, for the man he had become, but I knew what had to be done. I couldn't help him. I couldn't save him from what he had done. The reality of the situation was too overwhelming. I had to get out of there before it was too late. I left the cabin that night, in a daze, the rain still pouring down in torrents. I didn't look back. Couldn't. I drove away, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly that my knuckles ached. I couldn't even process what had just happened. It was too much. But one thing was clear. My cousin, the cop, the man I once knew, was gone. And the man who had killed that stranger in the cabin was all that was left. The cabin was far behind me now, lost in the storm. But the memories, the images of that night, would stay with me forever. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend. Just me, a cabin in the woods, and a chance to escape the noise of the world. I'd been working long hours at a job that had drained me for months, and I needed time to reset. A break, away from everything. The cabin was isolated, just the way I wanted it. No neighbors for miles. The kind of place where the only sounds were the wind in the trees and the occasional rustle of an animal in the brush. I rented the place for the weekend. The cabin was old, built in the 1970s, and it had that rustic charm that felt like something out of an old photograph. The owner, a gruff man in his late 60s, met me at the entrance. He warned me about the wildlife and that the area was pretty remote. He also mentioned, almost casually, that it wasn't uncommon for people to feel uneasy out there, especially at night. "It's the isolation, I guess," he said, his voice gruff but kind. "Takes some getting used to." He handed me the key and left. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just wanted to get in, unpack, and enjoy the solitude. I was in my early 30s, used to city life, but I loved the idea of being alone in nature for a change. The drive up had been long, but once I got to the cabin, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. There was something about the silence out here, broken only by the occasional bird call or the rustling of leaves. It was perfect. Inside, the cabin was small but cozy. The wood paneling on the walls and the antique furniture gave it an old-timey feel. A wood-burning stove sat in the corner, and the air smelled faintly of cedar and pine. The windows overlooked dense trees and a small clearing. I didn't expect to see anyone for the whole weekend, and I was fine with that. I could hear the wind picking up outside, and I started a fire in the stove to stay warm. It had been a long drive, and I was ready to relax. I spent the first couple of hours exploring the cabin, settling in. I found some old board games and books left behind by previous visitors. One book caught my eye, a journal, its pages worn and yellowed with age. It belonged to someone named Sam, and the last entry was dated about 5 years ago. The words were written in a hurried, almost frantic scrawl, but the meaning was clear. Something had happened here. Sam had written about strange noises in the woods at night, a feeling of being watched, and how unsettling it was to be so far from the nearest town. I put the journal down and tried to shake off the unease that crept into my mind. It was probably just the ramblings of someone who was a little too isolated, too far removed from society. Still, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort as the wind howled outside. By dusk, the sky had turned a bruised purple, and the wind picked up again, louder this time. I could hear the creaking of the old cabin, the sound of branches scratching against the windows. I tried to focus on the crackling fire, but I kept hearing strange noises coming from outside. Something out of place, a soft shuffle of feet, like someone was walking just beyond the tree line. I chalked it up to my imagination. It had to be. There was no one out there, but as the night deepened, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I decided to head to bed early. The bed was comfortable enough, though the air felt heavy, like something was pressing down on me. I pulled the blankets around myself and closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. Every sound from outside seemed amplified: the wind, the rustling leaves, the creaks of the old structure. But it wasn't just the wind. There was something else. A soft thud, like something or someone was moving around the cabin. I couldn't stand it anymore. I got out of bed and grabbed a flashlight, shining it through the small windows, but all I saw were trees and shadows. I convinced myself it was just a deer or some other animal, but the feeling of being watched, of being not quite alone, refused to leave me. It was around 3 a.m. when I heard the noise again. A loud bang, followed by a scraping sound. It was coming from the back of the cabin, where the woods were densest. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. It was close, too close. I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to face whatever was out there. But the thought of hiding in the cabin, waiting for someone or something to break in was worse. I grabbed my phone and tried to call the owner, but the signal was weak. There was no way to reach anyone for help. I was alone, completely alone. I debated whether to try to start the truck and drive out, but I knew the road would be nearly impossible to navigate in the dark, especially with how the weather was turning. So I stayed put, trying to steady my breathing, telling myself it was just a raccoon or a bear. Then came a knock. 3 short, rapid knocks on the front door. I froze again, my pulse racing. I hadn't heard a car drive up. There was no reason anyone should be here. The knocking continued. It was deliberate. Someone was out there. I didn't want to answer. I thought about hiding, but then I heard a voice, soft and muffled, just beyond the door. It wasn't clear enough to make out the words, but it was there. And I swear I felt the temperature in the cabin drop. I waited, hoping whoever it was would leave, but the knocking didn't stop. I gripped the flashlight harder, almost to the point of breaking it, and cautiously approached the door. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't see anyone through the small peephole. The dark outside was absolute. Suddenly, I heard a loud crash from the back of the cabin again. I spun around. The sound of heavy footsteps followed. Someone was moving quickly. Whoever it was coming in. I backed away from the door, the flashlight shaking in my hands. My mind raced. I had to make a decision. I could try to escape, but that might make me an easier target. Or I could confront whatever was out there, armed with only a flashlight. I chose the latter. I grabbed a large kitchen knife from the counter and moved toward the back of the cabin, where the noise had come from. The wind was howling louder now, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was something wrong about the way the trees bent and swayed in the storm. Felt unnatural. I moved cautiously, trying not to make a sound. As I approached the back window, I caught a glimpse of movement, shadows shifting between the trees. There was someone there watching me. Panic surged through me, but I fought it down. I had to act. I darted out the back door, hoping to catch whoever was there by surprise. The night air slapped against my face, cold and biting. My breath came out in shaky clouds. I crept forward, trying to stay low, but the crunch of dead leaves underfoot betrayed me. The figure turned quickly, and I saw him clearly for the first time. A man, tall and gaunt, dressed in dark, tattered clothes. His face was obscured by a hood, but his eyes, wide, unblinking, glared at me with an intensity that made my stomach turn. I didn't wait for him to make a move. I lunged at him, swinging the knife with all my strength. The man reacted quickly, dodging the blow and knocking me to the ground. I scrambled to get back up, but he was faster. His hands were like iron, grabbing me by the throat, squeezing harder than I could have imagined. I kicked and struggled, but his grip was unyielding. I thought this was it, this was the end. Then, just as quickly as it had started, he let go. I gasped for air, the world spinning around me. The man took a few steps back, still watching me with those cold, dead eyes. Then, without a word, he turned and disappeared into the trees. I didn't wait around to find out what he wanted. I ran back to the cabin as fast as I could, locked every door, and didn't sleep a wink the rest of the night. By morning, I was exhausted and shaken. I didn't bother trying to leave. There was no way I was stepping foot outside again. I just waited until the sun had fully risen, then packed my things and drove out of there. I never found out who the man was or what he wanted, but I didn't care. I would never go near that cabin again. Some places are meant to be left alone. Some things are better off staying in the dark, where they belong. It was late in the fall, and I had driven several hours into the backcountry to a cabin my cousin, Andy, had left me after he passed. He'd been a reclusive guy, a woodsman who spent most of his time alone in the forest, cutting wood, hunting, and doing whatever it was he did when he wasn't working in town. After he died, I didn't know what to do with the place. I wasn't exactly a fan of the wilderness myself, but the cabin had been left to me, so I thought I'd give it a try. Besides, I needed a break from the city, from everything. I arrived late that evening, just as the last hints of daylight were fading from the sky. The forest surrounding the cabin was dense, a tangle of trees and undergrowth that seemed to close in as I drove the final mile. The gravel road was narrow and twisted, a far cry from any highway I was used to. There was a chill in the air, the kind that makes you want to pull your coat tighter around you, and the smell of pine and damp earth filled my nose. The trees here were thick, older, and gnarled, their branches intertwining above me like twisted fingers. The cabin itself was small, tucked away near a small stream that ran through the property. It was a simple building, wooden logs stacked up to form the walls, a chimney on the roof, and a porch that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The windows were dark, covered in grime, and the door looked like it had been left ajar for far too long. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and walked up to the porch. The door creaked open, protesting against the cold air. Inside, everything was just as I remembered it from the last time I visited. Furniture that looked like it had been left in place for decades, dust settling over everything like a heavy blanket. There was a faint smell of mildew, but it wasn't unbearable. I spent the first few hours getting the place in some semblance of order, sweeping the floor, wiping down counters, trying to make the cabin a little more livable. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make me feel like I was settling in. After a long drive, all I wanted was some rest. I cracked open a can of soup, ate, and sat in front of the fireplace for a while, staring into the fire as it crackled and popped. The first night, there were no sounds except the wind rattling the trees and the occasional rustle of leaves. It was eerie in a quiet way, but nothing to worry about. I lay down on the old, creaky bed in the back room and drifted off to sleep, the smell of wood smoke and pine filling my senses. I woke up in the middle of the night. At first, I couldn't place the noise. It wasn't a loud bang or crash, but something subtle, a scratching sound, like something dragging across the floor. My heart rate picked up. I lay still for a moment, straining my ears, trying to decipher the sound. It was coming from the hallway outside my room. I told myself it was just the wind. Maybe a branch had fallen on the roof. But then the sound came again. Slow, deliberate, scraping against the wooden floorboards. It wasn't the wind. I got up, grabbing the flashlight I'd set beside the bed. The beam of light flickered for a moment before it steadied, cutting through the darkness in the small hallway. The air felt colder now, and my breath came out in visible puffs. I stood still, listening. There was no sound now, just the hum of silence pressing against my ears. I moved toward the living room, my feet making almost no noise on the old wooden floors. The flashlight swept over the furniture, nothing out of place. I checked the windows, locked. The front door was still closed. There was no sign of anything unusual, but that nagging feeling in my gut told me something was off. I decided to check outside. Maybe a wild animal had gotten too close to the cabin, though I didn't know what kind of animal would be out here this late. I grabbed my jacket and stepped onto the porch. The night was cold, the sky clear with stars that seemed too bright for this time of year. There was a slight breeze, but nothing too significant. I scanned the area around the cabin, the flashlight beam cutting through the night. Nothing, just the trees, just the shadows of the forest. I took a deep breath, convinced that I had imagined the sound, or maybe it was some small animal that had caused the noise inside. I turned to go back into the cabin, but as I did, something caught my eye in the distance, something large moving between the trees. The figure was too tall, too human in shape to be an animal, but it wasn't quite right. It was like a shadow, a blur of movement, not fully solid, but not translucent either. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. It was still too far for me to make out any details, but I could feel it watching me, whatever it was. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, the isolation getting to me. But that feeling of being watched didn't go away. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. After what felt like an eternity, the figure disappeared into the trees. I waited for a long time, not knowing what to do, but nothing else happened. No more sounds, no more figures. I eventually went back inside, locked the door, and sat by the fire, trying to convince myself it had been nothing. The next day, I decided to do some work around the cabin. The area around it was overgrown, and I could see that the small stream behind the cabin had flooded recently, washing out a section of the path. I figured it was as good a time as any to check things out and make sure everything was intact. I spent the better part of the day clearing away the brush, chopping some wood, and making sure the place was secure. The weather was turning, clouds rolling in overhead, and the wind picked up as the afternoon wore on. I had just finished stacking a pile of firewood when I heard something again. This time, a soft noise, like something brushing against the cabin's wall. I immediately turned, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. There was no one in sight, but the feeling returned, that same sense of being watched. I scanned the trees around the cabin, but there was nothing. No movement, no shape. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. It felt wrong, like the forest had suddenly become an enemy. I went inside, locked the door again, and tried to ignore the gnawing sense of unease creeping over me. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every sound, the wind against the walls, the creak of the cabin's old beams, made me jump. I lay awake for hours, waiting for something, anything to happen. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. This time, it was a loud thud against the door. I jumped out of bed, my heart hammering in my chest. I grabbed the flashlight, my hands trembling, and went to the door. The beam of light shone through the cracks, but there was nothing outside. No sound, no movement. I unlocked the door, opened it just a crack, and scanned the yard. It was dark. So dark that the flashlight barely illuminated anything more than a few feet in front of me. I stepped outside, the cool air biting at my skin, and looked around. There was nothing, no figure, no sign of anything unusual. I stood there for a long moment, feeling like a fool for even thinking something was out there. But just as I was about to close the door, I noticed something, a footprint in the mud near the edge of the porch. It was large, deep, and unmistakably human, but the shape of the toes was wrong. The foot was too wide, the arch too low. It didn't belong to anyone I knew. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my mind racing. Whoever or whatever had been out there was still close by. The next morning, I packed up my things and left the cabin, my heart still racing from the events of the past few nights. I wasn't sure if it had been some person playing tricks on me or something else entirely, but whatever it was, it had been too close to the truth for comfort. I never went back to that cabin. That was the last time I ever went into those woods. The forest remains as wild as ever, untouched by time. I heard later that someone else bought the property, but I never saw them. It was better that way. Some places, some moments are meant to stay buried in the past. And for me, that cabin and everything around it will remain lost in the shadows, where it belongs. It had been one of those long, grueling weeks, and the thought of a quiet weekend away from the noise and stress of city life seemed like the perfect escape. So, when I found the old cabin on the edge of the woods, tucked away in a remote part of the countryside, I thought I'd struck gold. A break in nature, far from the distractions of everyday life, was exactly what I needed. The cabin was located in a secluded corner of the Yorkshire Dales, in a tiny village called Langdale, a place that seemed to belong to another era. The land was surrounded by thick, dense forests, rolling hills, and the occasional meadow dotted with wildflowers. It was everything you'd imagine when you think of a traditional English countryside. Peaceful, isolated, and beautifully serene. I arrived on Friday afternoon, my car winding down the narrow, uneven roads that led to the cabin. The skies were overcast, and a slight drizzle had begun to fall, just enough to make the leaves glisten with moisture. It was the kind of weather that set the mood for a solitary retreat. My phone barely had a signal, but I didn't mind. The absence of connection felt almost comforting. It was just me, the cabin, and the quiet of the countryside. The cabin itself was older than I had expected. It was a simple stone structure with a sagging roof, a small porch, and a single window that looked out over the forest. The wood surrounding it was a faded brown, with the kind of rustic charm you'd see in a country postcard. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and the scent of aged wood and earth filled the air. I stepped inside, setting my bags down in the small living area. There was a stone fireplace, a few old chairs, and a simple wooden table in the center of the room. The windows were small, and the place felt cozy but a little too empty. I took a moment to admire the silence. As I unpacked, I thought about how peaceful it would be to spend a couple of days here, just me and the landscape. I figured I'd spend the evening sitting by the fire, reading a book, and listening to the sound of the rain outside. But there was something unsettling about the cabin, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was more than the solitude or the quiet. It was as if the air around the cabin was a little too still, a little too thick with anticipation. Maybe it was just me, overthinking things. That evening, I lit the fire in the hearth, and the flickering light cast long shadows on the wooden walls. The sound of the rain pattering against the roof only heightened the sense of isolation. After a light dinner, I settled into the armchair near the fire with my book. Time seemed to slow down, and I couldn't help but feel like I was in a different world, one that had little connection to anything outside this small cabin. As the hours passed, the rain grew heavier. The wind picked up, howling through the trees. I couldn't see much outside through the small windows, but the sound of branches creaking in the wind made my skin crawl. I wasn't afraid, exactly, but there was an undercurrent of unease that had been building all evening. It was around midnight when the noises started. I had just finished reading a chapter of my book when I heard a distinct creak from upstairs. It was soft at first, barely audible over the sound of the storm outside. I dismissed it, attributing it to the old building settling. But then it came again, this time louder, like someone walking across the floorboards above. I stood up slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The cabin was small, and there was no one else there. just me. I walked over to the stairs that led up to the second floor. The creaking continued, but it didn't sound like something settling anymore. It sounded like footsteps. I hesitated at the base of the stairs, trying to gather my thoughts. Maybe it was an animal, though I couldn't see how that could be. There were no signs of anything outside the cabin when I arrived. The thought of an intruder didn't cross my mind right away, but the idea started to grow in my head as I stood in the dark, listening to the footsteps. They were slow, deliberate. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. I'd lived in older houses, and I knew that settling could make strange sounds. But this wasn't that. This was something else. With every second that passed, the noise grew louder and more distinct, until it was impossible to ignore. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but I stayed frozen in place. The wind howled outside, and the rain beat relentlessly on the roof, masking any other sounds that might have been happening nearby. I slowly made my way to the bottom of the stairs, my heart racing. The creaking had stopped for a moment, but I could feel it in the pit of my stomach that something was wrong. I knew I should go upstairs, check things out, but the air felt heavy, suffocating. I took a deep breath and slowly started up the stairs. The boards creaked under my feet as I ascended, each step seeming to take forever. When I reached the top, the noise stopped entirely. The stillness that greeted me was almost worse than the sounds of the footsteps. There was nothing in the hallway. No one standing there, no sign of anyone having been there at all. I checked each room. Small, with nothing more than a few pieces of furniture, dusty old furniture, and found nothing unusual. No one was there. The house was empty. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me. I hadn't been sleeping well in the city, and the isolation of the cabin was probably getting to me. I walked back downstairs, but the uneasy feeling remained. I spent the rest of the night on edge, unable to shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Every creak of the wood, every rustle of the leaves outside, made my skin crawl. But as the morning light broke through the curtains, I convinced myself it had just been my imagination. It was a quiet place, and the weather had been strange. That was all. The next day, I spent some time walking around the property. There was a small stream nearby, and I wandered down the muddy path to it, taking in the sights and sounds of the countryside. The air felt fresh, and for a while, I forgot about the previous night's unsettling events. But when I returned to the cabin that evening, something was off. It was more than the usual quiet. The atmosphere felt thick, oppressive. I couldn't explain it, but I knew I wasn't alone anymore. The noises started again that night, but this time they weren't coming from upstairs. They were coming from outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, branches tapping against the windows or the sound of the rain hitting the roof. But when I stepped closer to the window, I saw something. A figure, standing just at the edge of the tree line, barely visible in the dim light. It was the shape of a man, but he didn't move. He just stood there, staring at the cabin. I froze, unsure if I was seeing things. My heart began to race as I stepped back from the window, trying to process what I was seeing. The figure didn't seem to notice me, but he stood there for what felt like hours, unmoving. His features were obscured by the darkness, but I could feel the weight of his gaze even from a distance. I don't know how long I stood there, watching him, but when I finally turned away, my whole body was shaking. I grabbed my bag, ready to leave the cabin behind and drive back to the village. I didn't care about the weather or the distance. I had to get out of there. As I turned to grab my coat, the sound of the footsteps returned, this time much closer. They were coming from inside the cabin. The feeling of being trapped, of being watched from both inside and outside, overwhelmed me. I bolted out of the cabin, running as fast as I could toward the car. As I drove away, the cabin grew smaller in my rearview mirror, but the sense of unease stayed with me for the entire journey. The next day, I found out from the locals that the cabin had a history. It had once belonged to a hermit, someone who had lived there alone for years. But there were whispers about strange happenings, about people who'd come to stay there and never returned. I don't know how much of it was true, but I never went back. The cabin is still there, I hear. The locals avoid it, and sometimes, when the wind is right, you can hear the creaking of the floorboards, just like the footsteps I heard that night. But I've learned to never return to that place, not after what happened. I've never been able to shake the feeling that something was watching me, something that still lingers in that old cabin, waiting for someone else to come. It was late October when I decided to take a solo trip to the cabin that I'd inherited from my grandfather. The place sat on a small piece of land in the middle of nowhere, nestled between a thick forest and an old, forgotten cemetery. I had heard stories about the cabin from my dad when I was younger, but most of it felt like just folklore to me until I saw the place for myself. The cabin itself was built with rough-hewn logs, darkened with age and weather. It was solid, though sturdy enough to withstand whatever the elements might throw at it. The roof was steep, coated in moss and leaves, and the small porch creaked underfoot as I approached with my bag slung over my shoulder. My grandfather had kept it up well, but after he passed away, it had been left empty for years. The idea of staying in a place that old, surrounded by the dense forest and the cemetery that bordered the property, was unsettling, but I wanted to clear my head. Life had gotten complicated recently, and I needed to get away from everything. The drive out was long. I hadn't been to the cabin in nearly 10 years, and the roads leading up to it seemed to fade more and more as I went. The last stretch of road was unpaved, thick with mud from a recent rainstorm. The trees had already begun to shed their leaves, turning the woods into a patchwork of yellow and brown. It felt like something straight out of an old horror movie, but I brushed off the feeling. When I finally arrived, the first thing that struck me was the silence. Not the peaceful kind you might expect in a place like this, but a heavy, unnerving silence that pressed in from all sides. There was no hum of distant traffic, no sound of animals in the woods, nothing but the wind rustling through the branches and the faint, distant sound of an old bell ringing from the cemetery. I chalked it up to my nerves, telling myself I'd be fine. I unpacked quickly, settling into the cabin. The inside was just as I remembered: old furniture, a stone fireplace, and a small kitchen. The walls were lined with bookshelves filled with old volumes that smelled faintly of mildew. My grandfather had never been one to throw anything away, so the place had an almost hoarder-like feel to it, though it wasn't overwhelming. It was just cluttered, like stepping into another era. That night, I made a fire in the fireplace and settled in with a book, hoping to distract myself from the strange feeling that had taken hold of me. The wind outside had picked up, howling through the trees and making the old cabin creak in protest. Every now and then, I'd hear a faint thud on the roof, like something was moving up there, but I figured it was just leaves falling. I didn't sleep much that night. The wind kept me awake, and the eerie quiet of the cemetery just beyond the trees felt too close. Around 3 a.m., I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. My heart jumped into my throat. I was alone, and the thought of someone else being out there in the woods in the dead of night made me freeze. The footsteps circled the cabin for a while, then stopped. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just listened. The sound of the wind had drowned out most other noises, but I swore I heard someone breathing softly just outside the door. Then it stopped. I lay there, stiff with fear, until the sun finally started to break through the trees. When I ventured outside to investigate, I found nothing. No footprints, no signs that anyone had been there at all. I thought maybe I had imagined it, a trick of the wind or the dark. The second day passed without incident, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I stayed close to the cabin, not wanting to go too far into the woods, and kept my eyes on the cemetery. Something about the place unsettled me, even more so as I stood there looking at the gravestones, most of them weathered and covered in vines. Some dates on the stones were so old, I could barely read them, but others were more recent. The thought of people still being buried there, it seemed wrong somehow. As dusk fell that night, I was in the kitchen preparing a simple meal when I heard the footsteps again, slow and methodical, as if someone was pacing around the cabin. My stomach twisted, and a cold sweat broke out on my back. This time, I wasn't imagining it. There was someone out there. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously opened the door, shining the light in all directions. Nothing. No one was in sight. I stepped outside, my feet crunching on the gravel, and circled the cabin. The wind howled through the trees, and the cemetery beyond was just a dark silhouette against the sky. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end. That night, I bolted all the doors and windows. Not that it would have mattered much if someone wanted to get in. I kept the light on in the kitchen, and I stayed up reading, trying to keep my mind off the odd happenings. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was wrong. Every creak of the cabin seemed amplified. Every rustle outside sent my heart racing. Around 2 a.m., the footsteps returned, louder this time. They were on the porch, pacing back and forth, and then a soft knock at the door. I didn't move, couldn't. My mind was racing, wondering if I should call someone. But who? There was no signal out here, no neighbors for miles. I was completely alone. The knock came again, louder this time, almost demanding. My pulse pounded in my ears as I pressed myself against the wall, listening. After what felt like an eternity, the sound stopped. I waited, but nothing more happened. I don't know when I finally drifted into a fitful sleep, but the next morning, I was still shaken. I spent most of the next day inside, trying to keep myself occupied, though I couldn't stop glancing out the windows toward the cemetery. By now, I was certain I wasn't imagining things. Someone was out there, watching me, or maybe worse, trying to get in. I knew the logical part of me should just leave, pack up, and head back home. But the idea of leaving that place alone, in the dark, was even worse. I had to stay. That night, I locked every door, bolted every window, and set up a chair next to the fireplace. I didn't care about the fire anymore. I just wanted to hear anything that might be coming toward me. At about midnight, the footsteps returned. This time, they weren't just on the porch. They were out in the yard, circling the cabin. I heard a rustling in the leaves, the sound of something moving through the trees. I could feel my heart pounding, my hands shaking as I gripped the chair. The wind had died down, and all I could hear now were the footsteps. Slow, methodical, like whoever was out there knew exactly what they were doing. I could barely bring myself to look out the window, but I did. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but shadows. But then I saw something move, just a flicker in the trees, something tall and thin, barely visible. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I waited for what seemed like hours, but nothing more happened. No more sounds, no more movement. I finally allowed myself to breathe again, but something in me told me this wasn't over. I wasn't alone out here. I had to figure out who or what was haunting me. The next morning, I packed up and left, not even bothering to check the graveyard or the cabin for anything. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew I didn't want to stay another night in that place. The drive back was long and quiet, but as I passed through the woods on my way out, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me from the shadows. It's been weeks now since I left, and I haven't returned. I don't know if I ever will. The cabin is still there, sitting quietly on the edge of the cemetery, waiting for the next person brave or foolish enough to spend a night in the woods. But me, I'm done with that place. Some things are better left untouched. I never expected a simple weekend getaway to turn into something like this. It was supposed to be a break, just a few days away from the noise and constant bustle of life. I wanted to clear my head, find some peace, maybe even reconnect with nature. The cabin, secluded deep in the woods, had been my father's place once. He always talked about how serene it was out there, how nothing but the trees and wind would keep you company. I figured that if I stayed there long enough, the world outside would fade, and I'd finally find some quiet. What I didn't anticipate was how quickly the isolation would turn into something far worse. The drive up was long, but it was nothing compared to the days I had spent working. The cabin was tucked away on the edge of a small, forgotten logging trail. I had never been there before, but my dad had given me directions years ago. Right after he passed, actually. He said it was the perfect place to get away from everything, but I'd never taken the time to visit. Now it was just me, alone. I arrived in the late afternoon. The woods looked thick around me, dark even under the dimming sun. The cabin itself was just as I imagined it would be. Old, weathered wood with moss creeping up the sides. The windows were fogged with age, and the porch was littered with broken branches and leaves. It had that smell of dust and pine, a scent I hadn't even realized I'd missed. I parked my truck, grabbed my gear, and set off up the small path leading to the front door. Inside, the cabin was basic, but it had everything I needed. A small kitchen with an old stove, a wood-burning fireplace in the center of the room, a sturdy table, and a couple of chairs. The bed was tucked in the corner, and the walls were lined with shelves filled with books and old photos. It wasn't fancy by any means, but it felt like a place where someone had lived quietly, with no need for attention. For some reason, that appealed to me. The world felt far away when I was inside that cabin. The sun set quickly, and as I made a fire in the hearth, I felt the temperature drop sharply. The air was heavy with the scent of wood smoke and pine. Outside, the wind began to pick up, howling through the trees like a distant cry. I didn't think much of it at first. It was just the wind, after all. Still, something about the way the trees swayed in the gusts felt different, like the forest itself was moving. I spent the evening reading, making a simple dinner, and enjoying the peace. But as the night wore on, I noticed something odd. There was a sound outside. It wasn't the usual rustling of the wind or the occasional call of a bird. It was heavier, like something was walking through the woods, large and deliberate. I tried to dismiss it at first, but the sound kept coming. Crunch, crunch, the unmistakable sound of heavy steps on dry leaves. I sat still for a moment, my heart rate picking up. My instincts told me it was an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but it was too calculated, too methodical for an animal. The sound circled the cabin, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't have a gun with me, and while the cabin had an old axe leaning against the wall, I wasn't sure that would help much against whatever was outside. Then it stopped, dead silent. I strained to listen, but all I could hear was the wind. I got up and moved to the window, peering through the fog glass. It was too dark to see anything beyond the trees, but I thought I caught a glimpse of something moving at the edge of the forest. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a person, someone else staying out here. But who would be out in this wilderness at this hour? And why would they be sneaking around the cabin? I tried to shake it off, but my gut told me to be cautious. I turned off the lights, grabbed the flashlight from my bag, and crept towards the door. My hand shook as I gripped the handle. I wasn't sure if I was about to confront someone or if I was just imagining things, but I wasn't going to sit in that cabin with an unknown presence outside. When I stepped outside, The cold hit me like a slap to the face. I turned on the flashlight and scanned the area. Nothing. The trees were still, and the night air was thick with an unnatural quiet. I moved cautiously around the cabin, looking for any sign of movement. For a few moments, I felt like I might be overreacting, but that thought quickly vanished when I heard the sound again. It wasn't coming from the woods now. It was coming from behind the cabin, closer than before. The footsteps, those deliberate, calculated steps, sounded almost like they were circling me, moving in a pattern that felt wrong. I froze. I had no idea what I was dealing with. Fear gripped me, but curiosity pushed me to move closer. I rounded the corner of the cabin and froze again. There, in the shadow of the trees, I saw something moving. It was large, crouched low to the ground, like it was waiting, watching. It wasn't human, at least not in any way I could understand. Its body was twisted, contorted in ways that shouldn't have been possible. It had the shape of a man but was hunched over unnaturally. The silhouette was dark, its limbs long and jointed in the wrong places. And its eyes reflected the light from my flashlight, glowing faintly red in the dark. I wanted to scream, but my body wouldn't cooperate. I stood there, transfixed by whatever this thing was, as it stared back at me with an unsettling calm. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it darted into the woods, disappearing into the thick darkness of the forest. My legs gave out, and I stumbled back against the cabin, breathing heavily. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Was it a bear? No bear could move like that. Could it? The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I wasn't sure if it was the creature or the woods themselves, but it was as if every tree, every shadow was alive. I locked the door and grabbed the axe. I knew I wasn't going to get any sleep tonight, but that didn't matter. I just needed to survive until morning. Hours passed. I couldn't bring myself to look outside again. I stayed by the fire, too afraid to close my eyes, too terrified to let the darkness swallow me. The wind outside began to howl louder, shaking the cabin like a constant reminder that I wasn't alone. I kept hearing footsteps in the distance, but they never came close enough for me to do anything about it. I had no idea how long I sat there, but the night stretched on, endless and torturous. Just as the first light of dawn began to break, the sounds stopped. The woods fell silent, and I slowly allowed myself to breathe again. The creature, or whatever it was gone. It was as if the night had just been a bad dream, and I was finally waking up. I waited until I could no longer hear the wind or the footsteps, then ventured outside. The forest looked the same, still and untouched. I walked around the cabin cautiously, checking the ground for signs of anything unusual. But there was nothing.
No footprints.
No broken branches. It was as if the thing I had seen had never existed. I decided to leave. I didn't feel safe anymore. The peace I had come looking for had been shattered, replaced by something that I couldn't explain. I packed my things quickly, locked up the cabin, and drove away, leaving the woods behind. I didn't look back. To this day, I'm not sure what I saw that night. Was it a person? Some kind of animal? Or something far worse? Something ancient and twisted that belongs to the woods and not to the world of men? I don't know, but I never went back to that cabin. And I never will. And as for the woods, I haven't set foot in them since. It was the middle of October when I arrived at the cabin. The small cottage sat at the edge of a dense forest in the northern part of the United Kingdom. I'd always wanted to escape the noise of the city, to be alone with my thoughts, and to experience a kind of solitude that seemed impossible in my everyday life. It was supposed to be a retreat, a few days of peace and quiet away from work and the distractions of technology. I'd rented the cabin from an elderly couple who lived about 20 miles away. They had been kind enough to leave a key under the porch, instructions for the stove, and a note welcoming me. When I arrived, the air was crisp, and the faint scent of pine hung in the air. The surrounding forest was thick, with towering trees that stretched as far as the eye could see. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves as the wind moved through the branches. The cabin was old but well-maintained, with wooden beams running across the ceiling and a large stone fireplace. It had that cozy, almost comforting feeling, like stepping into a forgotten time. Inside, there was a comfortable couch, a simple kitchen with a small dining table, and a couple of bedrooms. The bedroom I chose had a large window that overlooked the woods. It was perfect, quiet, peaceful, and exactly what I had needed. I spent the first day exploring the area, taking long walks through the forest and along a nearby creek. The air was fresh, and the scenery was stunning, the autumn leaves turning shades of red and gold. The feeling of being alone in nature was exactly what I had hoped for. There was nothing but the sound of my footsteps and the occasional bird call. No traffic, no people, just me and the forest. By evening, I returned to the cabin, feeling content and a little tired. I started a fire in the hearth, roasted a quick dinner, and curled up with a book. The warmth from the fire was comforting as the temperature outside dropped. I was grateful for the solitude, for the way the flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls. But as night fully settled in, something changed. It was subtle at first, a slight unease I couldn't quite place. The house creaked as if the wood was settling, and the wind outside howled, making the trees sway. It was strange, but not frightening, just unsettling. I pushed it aside, thinking I was simply imagining things. I went to bed around midnight, the wind still howling outside. As I lay in the bed, staring at the wooden beams above me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The wind, which had been gentle earlier, now felt more like a presence, more like it was trying to tell me something. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the isolation was getting to me. But then I heard it, a faint tapping sound, almost like a knock at the door. At first, I thought it was a branch hitting the window, but as I listened more closely, I realized it was coming from the front of the cabin. I froze, my heart beginning to race. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate, as if someone was knocking on the door, waiting for an answer. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself that it was the wind playing tricks on me. But the knocking didn't stop, persisted. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Reluctantly, I got out of bed, pulled on my slippers, and walked across the cabin. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, and I could feel my pulse quicken. I reached for the door, my hand trembling slightly as I gripped the handle. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity got the better of me. I opened the door. The cold night air hit me instantly, and I stepped outside, squinting into the darkness. The only light came from the dim glow of the cabin, casting long shadows on the ground. I looked around. Nothing. No one. The forest was silent, and the wind had died down to a soft whisper. There was nothing out there. I sighed with relief and stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was just an animal or the wind. Maybe a tree had fallen and knocked against the cabin. That was all. But the unsettling feeling lingered. I returned to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. I kept hearing small sounds, like something scraping along the outside of the cabin. It was as if something or someone was moving around just outside my reach, waiting. But whenever I'd get up to check, there was never anything there. It was always silent, still, empty. On the third day, the weather took a turn for the worse. A steady rain began to fall, and the wind picked up again, howling through the trees. I had planned to go hiking that day, but the storm made it impossible. Instead, I stayed inside, reading and pacing, restless from the cabin's growing claustrophobia. That afternoon, the tapping returned. This time it was louder, more insistent. It came in rhythmic intervals, almost like someone was tapping with their fingers on the window next to my bed. I froze, my heart pounding. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I glanced toward the window. There, in the dim light, I saw her, a woman standing just outside the window. She was motionless, barely visible through the rain-splattered glass. Her face was pale, almost sickly, and her hair was dark, hanging in wet strands around her face. She didn't move, didn't blink. She simply stood there, staring inside. Couldn't breathe. My body went numb, and my mind raced to make sense of what I was seeing. Who was she? Why was she standing outside in the storm? I backed away from the window slowly, not taking my eyes off her. The rain fell harder, but she didn't move. She remained there, as still as a statue, her face expressionless. I felt a chill creep up my spine, an irrational fear taking hold of me. I couldn't explain it, but something about her was wrong. I waited for what felt like hours, though it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. The rain kept falling, the sound of it hammering against the roof and windows. I dared not move, afraid that the moment I looked away, she would disappear. And then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone. I rushed to the window, heart racing, but she was nowhere to be seen. The rain continued to pour, but there was no sign of her. No footprints in the mud, no trace that anyone had been there at all. My mind raced with possibilities. Had it been a trick of the light? A figment of my imagination brought on by too much isolation? But no, the fear that gripped me felt too real. That woman had been there. I was certain of it. I spent the rest of the day inside, never straying far from the windows or the door. The storm raged outside, but I couldn't bring myself to leave the cabin. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and questions, none of which made sense. That night, the tapping returned once more, but this time it was accompanied by a low, guttural sound. A kind of whispering, but not a voice. It was almost like a moan, something inhuman. My blood ran cold as I sat frozen in my bed, listening. I had no intention of going outside again, but the curiosity gnawed at me. Could it have been her again, or someone else? I knew I had to leave the cabin. The storm was still heavy as I grabbed my things, but I couldn't stay there any longer. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I knew I couldn't let myself be trapped in that place any longer. I pulled on my boots, gathered my things, and headed for the door. But as I opened it, I stopped dead in my tracks. There, standing just at the edge of the porch, was the woman. She was soaked to the bone, her hair clinging to her face, her eyes wide and unblinking. She didn't move, didn't speak. She just stared at me. I didn't wait. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the door, not knowing what to do next. I had no phone signal, no way to contact anyone. I was alone, stranded, and something was terribly wrong. Then, as quickly as it had started, the tapping stopped. The whispering ceased. The woman disappeared, leaving me in silence. I never stayed in that cabin again. The next morning, when the storm finally passed, I packed up my things and left. I don't know who the woman was, or if she was even real, but I do know one thing for sure. Something was wrong with that place. Something that I couldn't explain. I never returned to that cabin, and I don't think I ever will. The year was 2018, and the place was a small, secluded cabin in the woods of Oregon. My name is Aaron, and I was 29 years old when I found myself out there. It wasn't supposed to be anything dramatic, just a weekend getaway to clear my head. I had recently gone through a rough patch in my life, an unexpected breakup, some family drama, and a ton of work stress. My uncle, Mark, owned the cabin, and he'd always told me I could stay there whenever I needed. So one Friday afternoon, I loaded my old truck with camping gear and drove up. The cabin itself was simple: 2 rooms, a porch, and a wood-burning stove. It was old but sturdy, sitting at the edge of a dense pine forest with no other houses for miles. The perfect place to escape and get some peace and quiet, or so I thought. I arrived as the sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with a deep orange and purple hue. The air had that crisp, almost chilly quality that you get in the early autumn. After unloading my things, I started a fire in the stove and opened a can of beans. There was no electricity or running water, but it didn't bother me. The simplicity of it all was exactly what I needed. The woods were quiet except for the occasional rustling of leaves. It was peaceful. I spent the evening reading a book by the fire, my dog, Buster, curled up at my feet. Around midnight, the temperature dropped sharply. I noticed the wind picking up, howling through the trees like something was pushing against them. I thought about turning in for the night, but the wind intrigued me. I had never really been out here during a storm before, and the sound of the trees swaying unnerved me in a way I couldn't quite explain. Buster started to whine, his ears flicking back every few seconds, a sign that something was off. I reassured him and rubbed his head, but the unease in the pit of my stomach only grew stronger. There was something about the way the wind moved through the trees. It was different, almost unnatural. The storm picked up quickly. The wind slammed into the cabin, making the wood creak and groan. I tried to ignore it, but the thought of being out here alone with just Buster for company started to feel less peaceful. My uncle had warned me about the area. "There's something off about that part of the woods," he'd said, but I always brushed it off as his way of scaring me. Now, I wasn't so sure. By 2 a.m., the storm was at its peak. Rain was pounding against the roof, and the wind was fierce enough to rattle the cabin's foundation. Buster was still on edge, pacing around and occasionally barking at the door as if something was outside. I had no idea what it could be. Maybe a deer or a raccoon, though they usually didn't come this close to the cabin. I decided to step outside and check on the situation. With the rain coming down hard, I grabbed a flashlight and opened the door. The wind hit me instantly, and the rain was like cold needles against my face. Buster was at my side, barking insistently as if he wanted to go with me. I shone the flashlight around the yard. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating nothing but the outline of trees and the rain-soaked ground. It was strange how silent the woods were. I expected to hear animals, maybe the rustling of small creatures, but there was nothing, just the wind and rain. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, felt like someone was watching me. I turned back to the cabin, but then I saw it. At the edge of the tree line, there was a figure standing in the shadows. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, or maybe I was imagining it. But as I focused, I could see it more clearly, tall, gaunt, and unmoving with a dark, hooded shape. My heart skipped a beat. I called out, but my voice was swallowed by the storm. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was out there wasn't just passing by. It was watching me. I stepped back into the cabin and slammed the door shut behind me, locking it with shaky hands. Buster was now barking nonstop, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I tried to reassure myself, but the unease was growing. The figure had been too still, too silent. It wasn't normal. I spent the next several hours trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. The storm was playing tricks on me, but every time I looked out the window, I saw nothing. The figure was gone. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that something wasn't right. By morning, the storm had passed, leaving the woods drenched and eerily quiet. I was exhausted but decided to take Buster for a walk, hoping some fresh air would clear my head. The woods, however, looked different in the daylight. The trees seemed taller, more oppressive. I kept expecting to see the figure from the night before lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing. I spent the next couple of days trying to enjoy my stay, but the unease never quite left. I was on edge, constantly checking my surroundings, listening for any sound that might indicate someone was nearby. On the third evening, things took a turn for the worse. I had just finished making dinner when I heard something outside the cabin. A rustling, a crack of a branch underfoot. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Buster immediately went to the door, barking again. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, determined to face whatever was lurking. The forest was quiet again, the only sound the distant trickle of water from the storm. But this time, there was something more. A faint, dragging sound coming from deeper in the woods. I couldn't tell what it was, but it sounded like someone, or something, was moving through the underbrush slowly, deliberately. I called out again, my voice shaky. "Hello!" No answer, just the dragging sound growing closer. Panic began to rise in my chest. I turned to go back inside, but I froze when I saw a shadow move between the trees. Not a person, but something else. A figure that was too fast, too jerky in its movements. I slammed the door shut, but the sound didn't stop. It was as if something was circling the cabin, studying it from all angles. My mind raced. What if it was a trap? What if someone was out there, waiting for me to make a mistake? I spent the night in the cabin, sitting in the corner with Buster, both of us wide awake. The sounds outside grew louder, more insistent. Whatever was out there, it wasn't leaving. By morning, the sounds had stopped, and I was finally able to sleep for a few hours, only to be woken by a knock on the door. I jumped up, heart pounding. Who could be out here? I hadn't seen anyone for days, and I hadn't heard any vehicles. I slowly opened the door, half expecting to see the figure from before. Instead, standing there was a man, disheveled, with wild eyes and a look of exhaustion. He was in his late 40s, covered in dirt and leaves, looking like he had been out in the woods for days. "I've been lost," he said hoarsely. "Can you help me? I'm trying to get back to town." His clothes were torn, his face gaunt, and his voice had an edge of desperation. Something about him didn't sit right with me, but I couldn't leave him out there. I had no choice but to let him in. He told me he had been camping in the woods but got separated from his group. When I asked him where they were, he grew quiet, his eyes darting around the room as if he didn't want to answer. I offered him some food and we sat in silence for a while. But as the evening drew near, the unease I had been feeling all week came rushing back. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong about this situation. It wasn't until he excused himself to use the bathroom that I noticed something strange. His backpack, which he had left by the door, wasn't just a typical camping pack. I could see something bulging from it, something too long to be a tent pole or a sleeping bag. My curiosity got the best of me and I opened the bag. Inside, I found a knife large with a jagged edge and a blood-stained shirt. I didn't know what to do. My heart raced as I turned toward the bathroom door, which was now ajar. I could see his shadow in the doorway. He was watching me. I didn't wait. I grabbed Buster's leash and ran out the back door into the woods. I didn't look back until I reached the nearby highway, where I flagged down a car. The police came, but the man was gone. They never found him or his group. I couldn't stop shaking as I told them everything, but no one believed me fully. They thought it was just the stress of isolation getting to me. I don't know what he was doing out there. Maybe he was just a lost hiker. Maybe something more sinister. I never went back to that cabin. My uncle never knew what happened either. When I told him, he only shrugged it off as me overthinking. But I'll never forget the feeling of being watched. And I'll never forget the sight of that knife in his bag. It had been years since I'd driven past her cabin. Years since the divorce, since everything fell apart. But something in me couldn't resist. I had to see it again, not just to revisit the past, but to close a door that never fully shut. The road was just as I remembered, narrow, winding, and almost claustrophobic, sandwiched between thick forests. The kind of place where if you broke down, you'd be lucky if someone found you in a week. I hadn't been back here since we split up, since she'd packed her things and left, leaving me alone with the memories. I wasn't sure what drew me to her cabin now. Maybe it was closure, maybe curiosity. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The sun had long set by the time I turned onto the old dirt road that led to the cabin. I hadn't expected to feel anything driving here, but I did. A chill ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from something else, something unspoken. The weight of the past seemed to press against the air itself. The trees, thick and dark, closed in on me as the headlights of my truck illuminated the rough path ahead. I could already see the silhouette of the cabin up ahead, tucked between two tall pines. It hadn't changed much since I last saw it. Weathered wood, a stone chimney puffing smoke into the crisp air, and that familiar porch where we used to sit on summer nights. The place was peaceful, almost unnervingly so. I parked the truck at the edge of the gravel driveway, cutting the engine and sitting in silence for a moment. The cabin felt like it was holding its breath, like it was waiting for me to do something. The place had been abandoned for a few years now, yet it still seemed so alive. I could almost hear the echoes of old conversations in the wind, the memories of laughter and fights, and everything in between. I stepped out of the truck, the ground beneath my boots crunching with each step. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and I felt a wave of nostalgia mixed with unease. I didn't know why I was here. To confront the past? To find peace? I had no answers. I started walking toward the cabin, my footsteps muffled by the overgrown grass and dead leaves scattered across the yard. As I approached the porch, I felt that familiar tightness in my chest. The cabin looked different now, more forlorn, more distant. The door creaked when I nudged it open, as if it hadn't been disturbed in years. Inside, the furniture was mostly gone, save for a few remnants of the life we once shared. An old chair, a dusty table, and the cracked floorboards. But the silence, it was almost oppressive. It was a silence that seemed to have been waiting for me. I walked in, my boots echoing in the hollow space, and instantly, my eyes were drawn to the window at the far end of the room. It was cracked open, just enough to let the cold night air in. Outside, the forest beyond the cabin loomed dark and endless. A sense of being watched crept over me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was just the weight of the past that I was carrying with me. I stepped closer to the window, the floor creaking under my weight. The trees in the distance shifted in the wind, their branches swaying like they were trying to whisper something. Then I saw something move. It was quick, barely noticeable, but my heart skipped a beat. Someone was standing at the edge of the tree line. I couldn't make out any details, just the shape of a person, their figure dark against the night. My instincts told me to step back, to leave, but I couldn't. I stood there, staring at the figure for what felt like an eternity. The wind howled through the trees, and the silence of the cabin pressed down even harder. Then, in one smooth motion, the figure turned and vanished into the woods. I blinked, trying to process what I had just seen. Had it been a person? Or had my mind been playing tricks on me? I had no choice but to go outside and check. My legs felt heavy as I stepped off the porch, the air colder now. The trees surrounding the cabin seemed to close in on me, their long shadows stretching across the ground, reaching for me. I didn't even realize how fast my pulse was racing until I was halfway down the porch steps. I walked toward the tree line, my breath visible in the crisp air, fogging up in front of my face. There was no sign of anyone, no footprints, no movement. The ground was hard, the earth solid. Nothing. It was as if the figure had never been there at all. But I knew what I saw. My heart was still pounding in my chest, a lingering tension curling in my stomach. I turned around to head back to the cabin, but then I froze. From the corner of my eye, I saw movement again. This time, it was closer, too close, and before I could react, the unmistakable sound of something snapping beneath weight, a branch breaking, came from the woods. I spun around, my heart thumping in my chest. My breath hitched. A man. He was standing in the middle of the woods, just beyond the tree line. His face obscured by shadow, but I could feel his gaze on me. He wasn't moving, just staring. My blood ran cold. I didn't know what to do. Something inside me screamed to run, to get back in the truck and leave, but my feet were frozen to the ground. A sense of dread spread over me like a thick fog. He was still standing there, and for the first time in years, I felt fear grip me in a way that I hadn't felt since we were together. My mind raced, trying to figure out who this person could be, but there was no one I knew who would be out here, not this time of night. I had to get out of there. I turned and bolted back toward the cabin, every step feeling heavier than the last. The sound of branches cracking underfoot behind me made my heart race. I didn't dare look back. I reached the porch and slammed the door shut behind me, my hands shaking as I locked it. My breath was coming in short, jagged bursts as I leaned against the door, trying to calm myself. I didn't know what was happening, but I couldn't stay here, not with him out there, not with the memory of everything that went wrong between us still haunting the walls. I grabbed my keys, started the truck, and didn't look back. The road to the cabin had always felt like a place of refuge, but tonight, it was nothing but a path into something darker. As I drove away, the cabin's outline faded behind me, swallowed by the trees. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, something that had been waiting for me to return. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure in the woods following me. But there was nothing. The road stretched ahead, empty and quiet, just as it always had been. Yet I knew I couldn't come back here, not ever again. And as I turned off the road and onto the main highway, the cold, unsettling feeling didn't leave me. The past was behind me, but it was far from gone. I had never been one for the idea of staying in cabins, especially not in the deep, rugged parts of the mountains. But when Jason, my old college buddy, invited me for a weekend in the wilderness, I figured it would be a good way to get away from the city for a while. The noise, the stress, the people, it was all getting to me. I needed peace, and I thought this would be the perfect way to disconnect. Jason had inherited an old cabin from his grandfather, who had passed away a few years ago. The cabin was located deep in the hills of Wyoming, about an hour's drive from the nearest town. I wasn't sure why anyone would want to live that far out, but it was his family's place and he loved it. So, when he mentioned he wanted to spend a weekend there to clear his head, I figured it would be a quiet and relaxing escape from my hectic life. The drive up was long and tedious. The weather had been getting colder as we approached the hills, and by the time we reached the cabin, the sun was beginning to dip behind the mountains. Jason parked the truck in front of the old wooden structure, which looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. The wood was weathered, the windows covered in grime, and the chimney gave off a faint smell of wood smoke. But it was a cabin, nothing special. To most people, it would be a place you stayed for a weekend to escape, but for me, it felt more like a relic frozen in time. "I know it's not much," Jason said, stepping out of the truck, "but it's cozy enough. And trust me, once you're here, you'll forget about everything." I nodded, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. The trees around the cabin were dense and dark, the kind that made the woods seem endless. The air was still, and the silence was almost too heavy.
No birds chirped.
No wind blew through the branches, just an eerie quiet that made my skin prickle. We gathered our bags and headed inside. The cabin was small, just 2 rooms. The main living space and a tiny kitchen area. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, and a large, worn-out couch sat near it. It smelled of old wood and dust. Jason seemed comfortable, pulling a few logs from a nearby stack and tossing them into the fireplace. "Place looks worse than I remember," Jason muttered as he poked at the logs with a metal poker. "But it's still the best spot to get away from the world." I sat down on the couch, trying to get comfortable, but the tension in the air didn't ease. There was something unsettling about the place. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the longer I sat there, the more it gnawed at me. As the night wore on, Jason cracked open a bottle of bourbon, and we shared stories, trying to make the best of the situation. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The wind had started picking up, rustling the trees outside, and the shadows cast by the fire flickered unnaturally against the walls. I told myself it was just the isolation and the dark of night playing tricks on my mind. But then I heard it, a faint scratching sound. It was soft at first, like nails scraping against wood. I paused, glancing at Jason, who hadn't seemed to notice. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice low. "Hear what?" he replied, looking up from his drink. I hesitated. Sounded like scratching, like something was outside. Jason laughed, a short, nervous chuckle. "Probably a raccoon or something. You're not used to the woods, man. It's always animals out here." I nodded, trying to calm my nerves. Still, that sound, soft and persistent, kept gnawing at me. I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't go away. It was like something was pacing outside the cabin, waiting. Eventually, the fire dwindled, and the night grew colder. We decided to turn in. The bedrooms were small, with old wooden beds and threadbare blankets. There was no electricity in the cabin, so we used oil lamps to light the rooms. I didn't sleep well, though. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear that scratching sound again, closer now, almost like it was inside the cabin, just on the other side of the walls. The next morning, I woke to the sound of birds chirping. It was a strange relief, the sound of life in the air after the oppressive silence of the night. Jason was already up, making coffee in the kitchen, and the sunlight streaming through the windows made the cabin look a little less gloomy. "Sleep okay?" he asked, handing me a cup of coffee. "Not really," I said, rubbing my eyes. "I kept hearing something last night, scratching, like something was outside the walls." Jason raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like the critters again. Don't worry about it. Happens all the time out here. You get used to it." I tried to brush it off, but the thought stuck with me. Something about it felt wrong, like it wasn't just an animal. But I didn't want to look like I was getting paranoid, so I kept quiet. The day passed in a blur of hiking through the woods and sitting around the cabin. But the strange feeling lingered in the back of my mind. The woods were too still, too quiet. We hadn't seen any wildlife besides a few birds and squirrels, and the air felt unnaturally thick, like something was pressing in on us. That evening, as we sat by the fire again, the scratching started once more. This time it was louder, closer. I stood up abruptly, my heart racing. "That's not normal. Jason, you hear that, right?" Jason looked at me like I was overreacting, but then his expression shifted. His gaze darted toward the window, where the sound was coming from. It was a scraping like claws against the wood, but it was rhythmic, almost deliberate. "All right," Jason said, standing up. "Let's check it out." We both grabbed flashlights and headed outside. The temperature had dropped, and the wind whipped through the trees, making the branches sway ominously. The cabin was dark now, and the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long. The scratching sound was now coming from the side of the cabin. We walked toward it, the beam of our flashlights sweeping over the ground. At first, I didn't see anything, just the dense trees and the thick brush that surrounded the cabin. But then I noticed something. There were footprints, large, deep imprints in the soft earth, leading away from the cabin and into the trees. I stepped closer, my heart pounding. The tracks weren't human. They were too wide, too strange, and they were fresh. "This isn't good," I muttered, taking a step back. Jason didn't respond. He was too busy staring at the trees, his face pale. Then, in the distance, I saw it. A figure. It was tall, its shape obscured by the trees, but I could make out the movement. It was walking slowly, deliberately, like it knew we were watching. Jason turned to me, his eyes wide. "We need to get inside. Now." We rushed back to the cabin, slamming the door behind us. I felt a sense of panic rise in my chest. We were being watched. There was no other explanation. And that figure, whatever it was still out there, just beyond the trees. For the rest of the night, we stayed huddled by the fire, listening to the sounds outside. The scratching had stopped, but something far worse had taken its place. Silence. The kind of silence that presses in on you, makes you feel like you're being suffocated by it. We didn't sleep that night, not a single wink. The next morning, we packed up. Neither of us spoke much, but the unease between us was palpable. Jason was still trying to act like everything was fine, but I could tell he was rattled too. As we loaded up the truck, I noticed something strange in the dirt by the door. More tracks. This time, they were closer to the cabin, leading right up to the doorstep. And there was something else. A strange symbol scratched into the doorframe just below the handle. It looked like something ancient, something not human. Jason noticed it too, his eyes widening as he traced the symbol with his finger. "What the hell is that?" I didn't answer, couldn't. I had no idea what it was, but I knew we needed to get out of there. We didn't stay another minute. We got in the truck and drove off without looking back. As we passed through the hills, the sense of dread didn't fade. It clung to me like a shadow, something I couldn't shake. By the time we reached the nearest town, the sun was setting and the wind had picked up again, but I felt a small relief. The wilderness was behind us. Jason didn't speak for the rest of the drive. He kept looking out the window, lost in thought. When we finally pulled into town, he turned to me and said, "I don't know what that was, but whatever it wasn't just some animal." I nodded, unable to speak. The image of that figure, moving silently through the trees, was burned into my mind. We never went back to that cabin. Jason sold it a few months later, but I think he knew deep down that it wasn't just the cabin itself that was the problem. It was something in those woods, something older and darker than either of us could understand. And whatever it was still out there, waiting. The night was cold, a heavy chill that seemed to settle into your bones, even if you were wrapped up tight in layers of flannel and wool. I had been hunting all day, and I could feel the weight of the woods pressing in on me. It was late October, the kind of time when the leaves on the trees had long turned shades of orange and brown. The kind of season when the sun dipped behind the horizon too early, leaving the forest in darkness by 6 o'clock. The air was thick with the smell of wet leaves, rotting wood, and the faint scent of pine. I'd been hunting up in the Adirondacks for the past few days, hoping to bag a decent buck before the season ended. I had set up camp a couple of miles from the nearest road, a small cabin I had rented from a local outfitter. It was nothing fancy, just a simple log cabin with a wood stove, a small kitchen, and 2 bedrooms. The perfect place for someone who just wanted to get away from it all. It was isolated, peaceful, and most importantly, It was far enough from other hunters to make it feel like I had the whole woods to myself. By the time I got back to the cabin that evening, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving a purple-black sky overhead. I pulled up to the cabin, my boots crunching against the frozen ground. I had to admit, the place looked peaceful, nestled in the valley between the mountains, with no lights or sounds around for miles except the wind rustling through the trees. It was getting late, and I had hoped to get a fire started before the temperature really started to drop. I didn't feel like sitting in the cold all night. As I stepped inside, I was hit with the familiar scent of wood and dust, a reminder of the cabin's solitude. I kicked off my boots, grabbed some firewood from the pile outside, and got the stove going. The heat spread quickly, filling the room with the comforting warmth I needed. I spent the next hour cleaning up, unpacking my gear, and preparing dinner. I didn't feel like hunting for more food tonight. The canned stew I had brought would do just fine. The warm meal settled nicely in my stomach, and as the fire crackled in the stove, I sat back in the worn chair by the window, looking out at the night. The wind outside had started to pick up, and with it came a soft tapping sound against the cabin's walls, like something or someone was moving around out there. It was probably just a branch scraping against the wood, but I still couldn't help but listen more closely. The tapping came again, a little louder this time, followed by a soft creak. I got up to check the windows. Nothing. The only movement outside was the flicker of shadows cast by the trees in the wind, and the eerie rustling of the underbrush. It was nothing unusual. Still, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I shrugged it off and went back to my chair, throwing another log on the fire to keep the warmth going. I picked up my rifle, checking it over out of habit. It was a bolt-action, sturdy and reliable, the kind of rifle that could put down anything from a deer to a bear. It had been a while since I'd had a proper hunt, so the ritual of cleaning and checking the weapon felt good. The tapping on the walls returned again, but this time it seemed a little more insistent. I stood up, rifle in hand, and moved cautiously to the door. My heart was starting to race. Maybe it was nothing, but you don't spend years hunting in the woods without learning how to trust your instincts. And right now, those instincts were telling me something wasn't quite right. I pulled the door open a crack, the cold air biting at my face. There was no one in sight. The wind had died down a little, but the branches overhead were still swaying, casting long shadows over the ground. I scanned the area around the cabin, the darkness swallowing up everything beyond the porch light. That's when I saw it, a figure barely visible against the trees. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I couldn't move. I had been in these woods enough to know that a person shouldn't be out here at this hour, especially not so close to the cabin. I was miles away from any real roads, and there were no signs of other hunters in the area. This was my spot, my alone time, and that person, or whatever it was too close to my camp for comfort. I closed the door quietly, keeping my eyes trained on the figure. It didn't move. It just stood there, still and unmoving, like it was waiting for something. I couldn't make out any details, just a vague shape outlined against the dark forest. But something about it, the way it stood there so unnaturally still, sent a chill through me. The tapping on the wall continued, but now it sounded like it was coming from the other side of the cabin, from the direction of the woods. Whoever or whatever was out there had made their way around the cabin. I couldn't just sit here and wait. I grabbed my rifle and moved toward the back door, keeping as quiet as I could. The shadows outside had thickened, and I couldn't see anything clearly anymore. The only sound was the rustling of the leaves, but that eerie tapping had stopped. It was as if the woods had gone completely silent. I stepped outside, the cold biting into my skin as I crept toward the back of the cabin, trying to keep myself hidden from view. I moved carefully, trying not to make a sound as I moved through the thick brush. My eyes scanned the darkness for any movement, but I couldn't see anything. Not a thing. Then, just as I was about to turn back, I heard a noise, soft but distinct, the sound of something moving through the leaves. It was coming from the other side of the cabin. I moved quickly, positioning myself so I could get a better look. My heartbeat was racing in my chest, and every nerve in my body was on high alert. The figure from before was gone now, but I wasn't about to take any chances. Then I heard something else, a low, guttural growl that sent a chill running up my spine. It was too low to be a human voice, but it wasn't an animal either. It was something in between, like the sound of something trying to sound like a person but failing horribly. I didn't wait around to find out what it was. I sprinted back to the cabin, slammed the door shut, and bolted it. My mind was racing, my thoughts a jumbled mess of fear and confusion. Who was out there? What did they want? And why did it feel like they were getting closer? The tapping started again, but now it was louder, more deliberate. I pressed my back against the door, trying to steady my breathing. I wasn't sure if I was dealing with another hunter, some drifter, or something else entirely, but my gut told me this wasn't just some random person passing through. The fire crackled in the stove, and I tried to focus on the warmth, on something that felt normal. But every time the tapping sounded again, it was like my heart skipped a beat. I knew they were out there, and I knew I wasn't alone anymore. The quiet outside had been replaced by something darker, something that didn't belong in these woods. Suddenly, the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. My hands were shaking as I gripped the rifle tighter, the cold metal comforting in my hands. Every muscle in my body was tense, ready to react at the first sign of danger. Then, just as I was beginning to think maybe it was over, I heard a voice. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. Came from just outside the window. "Help me?" My blood ran cold. It was a woman's voice, thin and hoarse, barely audible over the wind. But I knew better than to trust a voice like that. I hadn't heard anyone approach, and I hadn't seen any signs of a car or footprints. Whoever was out there hadn't come in through the front. They had been circling the cabin the entire time, closing in. I couldn't take any chances. I gathered my gear, grabbed my rifle, and slipped out of the back door. I moved as quietly as I could, staying low to the ground, keeping to the shadows. The moon was now high in the sky, casting a pale light over the landscape, but it wasn't enough to reveal what was hidden in the darkness. I moved toward the woodshed, where I had left an axe earlier that day. It was the only weapon I could think of that might give me a fighting chance if things got ugly. My hands were shaking as I grabbed it, the heavy weight in my hands somehow more comforting than the rifle now. I moved through the trees, always aware of the distance between myself and whatever was out there. I didn't know if I was being hunted, if this was some kind of trap, or if it was all just in my head. But one thing was clear, I wasn't taking any chances. The night stretched on, but by morning, I had a plan. And when the light finally broke over the treetops, I wasn't there to see it. I had left the cabin behind and hiked out as quickly as I could, my mind too clouded with adrenaline to stop and think. When I reached the nearest road, I flagged down a passing car. I didn't look back. I didn't stay in those woods after that night, and I never went back to that cabin. Something about the way the trees had closed in on me, the way the tapping had felt like someone watching, made me realize I wasn't alone in that forest. And maybe, just maybe, there are some things in the woods better left undisturbed. The cabin remained empty, and for all I know, it still stands there to this day, alone in the woods. But I'll never forget the tapping or the voice outside the window. Some places are better left behind. The air was dense with the smell of pine and earth, thickened by the rainfall that had just subsided. I stood on the worn porch of the old cabin, my boots sinking into the soft, damp wood beneath me. The faintest traces of mist curled from the trees, wrapping themselves around the edges of the clearing, and the whole forest seemed to hold its breath in the cool, early evening air. It had been a long day. As a park ranger, I was used to long hours, but the solitude of this cabin in the middle of nowhere always made the days stretch even longer. This was my first shift at this remote outpost. The usual ranger station was too crowded, too close to the popular hiking trails. So, I had volunteered for this location, a small cabin tucked deep in the mountains, far away from the world. The peace was intoxicating at first, but now, with the night settling in and the storm clouds gathering once more, I wasn't so sure. I turned my attention back to the cabin. It was small, built decades ago by someone who had clearly wanted to be alone. The wood was weathered but sturdy, with thick beams that creaked in the wind. There was no electricity here, just a wood stove, a small oil lantern, and a gas-powered fridge. It was a minimalist paradise, or at least that's how I had seen it when I first arrived. Now, the stillness of the place felt oppressive. Every crack of the cabin settling in the quiet night sounded like something more, something unfamiliar. I'd been living here for 3 days now, and something had felt off since the moment I stepped foot inside. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint. It was more a creeping sense of unease, a feeling that something wasn't quite right. I tried to shake it off. I'd been trained for this, handling solitude, dealing with the wilderness. But the eerie quiet of the forest felt unnervingly unnatural. As the light began to fade, I locked the front door and started a fire in the stove. The flames crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Outside, the wind picked up, sending branches scraping across the roof with an unsettling screech. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and grabbed the lantern from the table, bringing it closer to the fire. It was still early enough that I had time to finish some paperwork, but there was something about tonight that made the job feel less like a routine task and more like a distraction. I didn't realize how long I had been staring at the fire when a loud bang shook the walls of the cabin. My heart jumped into my throat, and I froze, unsure of where the noise had come from. The wind? No, the noise had been too solid, too deliberate. Came from outside. I stood slowly, the lantern casting long, dancing shadows across the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the porch, scanning the trees with a growing sense of dread. The rain had stopped, but the ground was still soft and wet, leaving deep footprints in the mud. I stepped closer to the edge of the clearing, my boots making a squelching sound with every step. At first, I thought it might be an animal. Perhaps a bear or a coyote had wandered close to the cabin, but the stillness that followed the noise was too complete. There was no movement, no rustling of the leaves, no distant hoot of an owl, just silence. I checked the surrounding area carefully, my eyes scanning the tree line, but nothing moved. I was about to turn back when I noticed something odd on the ground, a set of fresh tracks. They were human tracks, but unlike any I'd seen before. The person, or whatever it was, had been walking barefoot through the mud, leaving deep impressions in the earth. The prints were uneven, almost as if they were dragging their feet, but there was no sign of struggle or injury. A chill ran down my spine as I followed the tracks with my flashlight. The tracks led away from the cabin, deeper into the woods. I hesitated for a moment, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. I could feel eyes on me, hidden somewhere between the trees, but I couldn't see anyone. My instincts were screaming at me to stay inside, to lock the door and wait for daylight, but something pulled me forward. I followed the trail for what felt like miles, my flashlight flickering in the growing darkness. The trees around me stood silent and oppressive, their branches like arms reaching down, threatening to close in. The further I walked, the more I felt the presence of something. The quiet was unnerving. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out here. Then I saw it, a shape in the distance, half hidden behind the thick trunks of the trees. At first, I thought it was a deer, but as I got closer, I realized it was much too large. It stood still, watching me. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath catching in my throat. The figure was tall, unnaturally so, and I couldn't see its face through the dense fog that hung between us. It was more shadow than substance, an outline of something human but wrong. I stopped dead in my tracks. For a moment, I considered running back to the cabin, but I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, watching the figure that seemed to be watching me. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure disappeared into the trees, vanishing without a trace. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the weight of the silence pressing down on me. My mind raced with possibilities. Had I imagined it? Could it have been an animal? A hallucination brought on by the solitude and the stress of the job? I wasn't sure, but what I was sure of was that I had to go back to the cabin. Fast. I turned and made my way back, walking faster now, my steps hurried and uneven. The tracks I had been following seemed to have disappeared, as though they had been swallowed up by the earth itself. But the feeling of being watched didn't fade. It only grew stronger the closer I got to the cabin. When I finally reached the porch, my hands were shaking. I fumbled with the door, practically slamming it shut behind me. The fire was still burning, the shadows flickering across the walls, but everything else felt off. The stillness was back, but now it was different. Now it felt heavy, thick, like something was waiting just outside the door. I sat by the fire, trying to calm my racing heart, but sleep wouldn't come. The night dragged on, the minutes stretching into hours. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something that didn't belong in the woods. And then, as I sat there, staring into the fire, I heard it again. A faint tapping, like fingernails against the wood of the cabin. It started softly, almost imperceptible, but gradually it grew louder, more insistent. It was coming from the back of the cabin. I rose slowly, my heart pounding. The cabin seemed even smaller now, the walls closing in. I grabbed the flashlight once more, moving cautiously toward the back door. The tapping had stopped, replaced by an eerie, unsettling silence. I swung the door open, half expecting to see the shadowy figure from before. But there was nothing, just the empty, mist-shrouded forest beyond. Except for one thing, a trail of wet footprints leading from the door, across the porch and out into the woods. My stomach twisted as I stared at them. The footprints were fresh, unmistakably human, and they were heading deeper into the forest, the same direction I had come from. I didn't hesitate this time. I grabbed my gear and locked the door behind me, determined to follow the trail, but this time, I wouldn't go as far. I would keep my distance, keep my wits about me. As I ventured out, I noticed something that sent a cold shiver through my spine. There was no longer any sound in the woods. Not the rustle of leaves, not the call of any animal, not even the distant hum of insects. There was only the crunch of my boots on the wet earth and the sound of my own breath. I followed the footprints, moving faster now, my flashlight sweeping across the trees, looking for any sign of movement. And then, just as the trail seemed to disappear into a dense thicket, I heard it. A sound low, guttural, like something or someone exhaling heavily in the darkness. I froze, my heart racing. And then, from the shadows, a figure stepped into the light. It wasn't the tall shape I had seen earlier, but a man, haggard and thin, his face gaunt with exhaustion. He looked as though he had been lost in the woods for weeks. His clothes were torn, his hair matted with dirt, and his eyes, those eyes were wild, almost feral. He looked at me for a long moment, his gaze intense, before he turned and disappeared back into the trees, his footsteps barely making a sound as he vanished into the night. I stood there, unable to move, my mind racing. Who was he? What was he doing out here? I couldn't stay out here any longer. I turned and ran back to the cabin, my legs aching with the effort, my mind racing with the implications of what I had seen. I slammed the door shut behind me, bolting it this time, and sank to the floor, gasping for air. I wasn't alone in these woods, and whoever that man was, he wasn't the only one out there. That night, I didn't sleep at all. By morning, the silence had returned, but it was no longer the comfortable silence of nature. It was an oppressive, suffocating silence, one that felt wrong. I packed up my things and left the cabin that day, abandoning my post. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew one thing for certain. I would never return to that cabin again. And to this day, I wonder how many others have heard that same tapping, followed those same footprints, and seen the shadowy figures moving through the trees. Some things are better left unexplored. It was October 2021 when I decided to take some time off and disappear into the mountains for a while. I was 33 then, single, no kids, and working remotely in cybersecurity. After spending most of the year staring at a screen in my apartment in Pittsburgh, I felt like I was losing my grip on things. I needed space, real space, not the kind where you take a long walk in the city and still hear traffic. I wanted trees, wind, maybe even some cold. I started looking online for remote cabins to rent and stumbled on a listing with almost no photos, no reviews, and a short description that just said, secluded cabin, graveyard nearby, power, water, with stove. That was it. The cabin was in West Virginia, near a small place called Glenville, way off the main roads. I figured that the graveyard mention was just part of the landscape down there. Tons of old family plots scattered around rural land. I wasn't worried. The price was cheap, and I wasn't planning on leaving the cabin much anyway. I booked it for 2 weeks. When I drove down, it took longer than expected. I left before sunrise, and by the time I pulled off the paved roads and onto the gravel path that led toward the property, the sun was already dipping low. I remember passing a rusted gate and an old mailbox leaning sideways, the numbers on it completely worn off. I drove past a few empty fields, then through some dense woods. That gravel path wound up a hill and finally opened to a clearing where the cabin sat. The place looked smaller than I expected, with siding stained dark brown, the roof covered in old greenish shingles. There was a chimney built from uneven stones and a small porch that creaked when I stepped on it. Next to the cabin, about 30 yards away, was the graveyard. I could see it clearly from the front porch. There were maybe a dozen headstones, some standing straight, others leaning at odd angles. No fence around it, just high grass and a couple of leafless trees towering over the stones. It creeped me out a little at first, but I told myself it was just because I'd gotten there so late. I unloaded my gear, sleeping bag, camping stove, some canned food, a cooler of frozen meals, my laptop, portable solar panel, a thick flashlight, a heavy-duty knife, and a Ruger .38 I kept in my car for emergencies. The cabin did have power like the listing said, but it was off-grid. Solar-powered with a propane backup generator. There was running water from a nearby spring, and the place had a compost toilet and a rain barrel outside. Basic, but manageable. Inside, the cabin had one main room with a cot, a table and 2 chairs, a small kitchenette, and a cast iron stove. Everything smelled like cedar and old dust. I built a quick fire in the stove, cooked some rice and beans on the portable burner, and sat on the porch with my jacket zipped to my chin. The air was crisp and dead quiet. Too quiet. No bugs, no birds, nothing. I tried not to look at the graveyard, but my eyes kept drifting to it. That first night, I didn't sleep well. The cot was stiff and squeaky, and the wind kept brushing branches against the cabin. Around 2 a.m., I heard what sounded like footsteps outside, slow ones. I sat up, heart thumping, and listened hard. They stopped. I held my breath for a while, staring at the door, then got up and looked out the window. Nothing, just the moonlight stretching shadows from the headstones. I told myself it was probably a deer. There were prints near the porch in the morning, but they were too scuffed up to be sure. By the third day, I'd mostly settled in. I'd work for a few hours on my laptop in the morning, then take short walks in the woods or read on the porch. I avoided the graveyard, though. I didn't even walk near it. The stones were too weathered to read most of the names, but a couple were marked with dates from the 1800s. No flowers, no signs of anyone visiting. It was on the fifth night that something really started to feel wrong. I'd gone to bed around 10, and sometime before midnight I woke up to a strange tapping sound. Not loud, but rhythmic, like someone knocking lightly on wood. It wasn't the wind. I could tell the difference now. I grabbed my flashlight, got out of bed, and listened. The tapping came again, not at the door, on the back wall of the cabin. I moved slowly, my socks silent on the wood floor. The flashlight beam shook slightly in my hand as I stepped toward the back window. I flicked it on and aimed it outside. Nothing. The beam caught only trees and grass. I opened the door quietly and stepped out, shining the light around the back of the cabin. No one, no animals, but in the dirt near the wall, I saw what looked like a partial footprint. Barefoot. Not huge, not small either, and the toes were clearly visible in the soft soil. I stared at it for a long time, then slowly backed inside. I locked the door, shoved a chair under the handle, and kept the flashlight and gun on the table next to my bed. The next morning, I walked a wide circle around the graveyard and cabin, looking for any more prints. I found two more, one near the big tree behind the graves, and another along the edge of the woods. Both were barefoot. There were no other signs of anyone being there. No litter, no clothing, no food wrappers. Nothing. I kept trying to tell myself it could be a squatter, maybe someone camping nearby who wandered onto the property. But the prints didn't lead anywhere. They just appeared in the dirt like someone had stepped there and vanished. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I didn't work, didn't eat much either. Every creak of the wood or gust of wind made my skin crawl. I checked the door and windows again and again. That night, I stayed up with the lights off, sitting in a chair by the window with my flashlight and gun on my lap. Around 3 a.m., I saw movement. A figure was walking from the edge of the woods, slow and steady, right toward the graveyard. It was a man. No shirt, pants so dark they were almost black. Barefoot. He didn't have a light, didn't stumble, didn't look around. He just walked straight through the graveyard, stopped in the middle of it, and stood there. I froze. I didn't breathe. I didn't move the flashlight. He didn't do anything. Just stood still for maybe 5 minutes. Then he turned and walked back the way he came, disappearing into the trees. I didn't sleep that night. I kept replaying it in my head, trying to make sense of it. Why was he barefoot? Why the graveyard? I had no cell signal and the satellite internet was too weak for video calls. I thought about leaving the next morning, but something in me said not yet. Maybe I didn't want to admit that I was scared. Maybe I thought it would stop, but it didn't. The next night he came back. Same time, same way. Walked to the graveyard, stood in the center, then left. I watched him through the narrow crack in the curtains. My hands were clenched so hard they cramped. I started making noise during the day, playing music on my laptop, shouting random things outside, hammering a stick against a tree. I thought maybe if whoever it was realized I was watching, they'd stop. But they didn't. On the 9th night, it changed. I was in the cabin, lights off, same chair, same spot. 2:45 a.m. I saw movement again. The figure walked to the graveyard like before, but this time he didn't stop in the middle. He kept walking toward the cabin. couldn't breathe. He came all the way up to the porch. I could hear the wood creak. I heard him breathing, slow and wet, like he had something in his lungs. He didn't knock, didn't try the door, just stood there. I held the gun in both hands, arms locked straight, heart beating so loud I thought it would burst. Then he walked away, just turned around and left. In the morning, I found a handprint on the window next to the door. It was smudged with dirt and blood. The fingers were long, the palm wide. I packed my things that hour, loaded everything into my car, and took off down that gravel road like the devil was behind me. I didn't care about the rental agreement, didn't care about the food I left. I just wanted to get out. I reported it to the local sheriff's department in Glenville. The deputy I spoke to was polite but didn't seem too interested. Said there were transients in the area sometimes. Old hermits who lived in the woods and didn't like visitors. Told me I probably scared him off. That was it. I drove back to Pittsburgh that night and didn't sleep for 2 days. I kept thinking about how quiet he was, how he never spoke, never showed his face. I didn't see his eyes, didn't hear his voice. Just slow footsteps, long silences, and that smudged handprint on the glass. I never went back. The listing disappeared from the site a few weeks later. I checked on it obsessively for a while, but it was just gone. No trace of the owner, no phone number. It was like the place had never been rented at all. But it was real. I remember the rough feel of the cabin walls, the chill in the graveyard air, the sound of that breathing just outside my door. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night in my apartment, I swear I hear footsteps on the hardwood outside my bedroom. But I never check anymore. I don't want to know. I had been training hard the last few months. Nothing fancy, just regular gym stuff, a strict routine, and a diet that kept me focused. I wasn't trying to become a bodybuilder or anything like that, but I did want to feel strong, like I could rely on my own body. That's how I got close with Dylan. He was a regular at the gym, about the same age as me. Mid-30s, quiet but easygoing, someone I could lift with and not have to make small talk all the time. We eventually started spotting each other during heavier lifts, and before long we were meeting up outside the gym too, going for early morning runs, the occasional hike, stuff like that. The idea for the cabin trip came out of nowhere. It was early spring, still cold in the mornings, but the kind of weather that made you want to be outdoors. Dylan told me his cousin had a small cabin up north, deep in the forest, near a place called Belridge, a forgotten town in northern Oregon. The cabin was old but functional, with running water, a wood-burning stove, and a generator that could be turned on if needed. The plan was simple. Drive up Friday morning, stay until Sunday afternoon, disconnect from everything, cook clean meals, hike, and just relax. That was the idea, at least. We left early on a Friday. It was April 2023. The drive was peaceful. Long stretches of open highway, quiet towns we passed through that looked like they hadn't changed in decades. By the time we reached the forest road that would take us to the cabin, the sun was already dipping behind the tall pines. Dylan was driving. He knew the area better than me, said he had been to the cabin once before with his cousin about 5 years ago. The last few miles were rough, dirt roads full of ruts and potholes. We were in Dylan's truck, so it handled fine, but it still shook us up a bit. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by dense trees. There was no cell service, which we expected, and no neighbors within walking distance. The place looked like something out of a hunting magazine. Simple wooden walls, a tin roof, and a small front porch with a couple of old chairs. There was a shed nearby and an old fire pit with a few stacked logs. Inside, it was rustic but clean. 2 small bedrooms, a tiny kitchen, and a living room with a heavy old stove and a few mismatched chairs. The windows were dusty but intact, and the place didn't smell like mice or mold, which was a win in my book. We spent that first evening settling in, unpacked the gear, got the generator running for a bit to test it, then shut it off and switched to battery lanterns. Cooked some chicken and rice over a propane stove, drank a couple of protein shakes, and just sat around enjoying the quiet. I don't remember us talking much, we didn't need to. After dinner, we took a short walk around the area, not straying too far from the cabin since it was already getting dark. The forest was quiet in that heavy way, like it was holding its breath. We turned in early. Saturday morning, we woke up before the sun, made instant coffee, did a short bodyweight workout on the porch, and then headed out for a hike. There were no marked trails, so we followed deer paths and small game trails, checking our direction with a compass and Dylan's old GPS watch. We went for hours, winding deeper into the trees, climbing over fallen logs and skirting around marshy spots where the ground sucked at our boots. We didn't talk much, just kept a steady pace, pausing now and then to drink water and scan the woods. We saw a couple of deer, and once we heard something big moving through the brush ahead of us. Too big to be a squirrel, but we never saw it. By late afternoon, we were back at the cabin. We were dirty, tired, and hungry, but it was the good kind of tired. We cleaned up, cooked more food, beef this time, with potatoes and carrots from a can, and then sat outside while the sun went down. It got cold fast. We threw on jackets and lit a fire in the pit. The wood was dry and caught quickly. We sat there for a while, watching the flames, listening to the forest. At some point, I went inside to grab something and noticed one of the kitchen drawers was open. I didn't think much of it. Figured we must have left it like that when unpacking, or maybe the drawer was loose and slid open. I pushed it shut and went back outside. A little later, I noticed the shed door was cracked open. Again, nothing too weird, maybe the wind. I went and closed it, latched it this time, and came back to the fire. We stayed up a bit longer, then put out the fire, locked up, and went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night to a noise, something soft like a shuffle or scrape. I stayed still, listening. The cabin was dark and dead quiet, except for the soft creak of the wood contracting from the cold. I didn't hear anything else. Figured it was just the wind, maybe a branch brushing against the roof. I eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but I felt it in my gut. When I stepped outside, I saw it right away, tracks. Not animal tracks, boot prints. Fresh ones, coming up from the trees on the far side of the clearing, stopping just a few feet from the porch. They weren't ours. They were different, larger, deeper, and leading nowhere else. Just a straight line from the forest to the cabin, and then gone. I showed Dylan. He didn't say anything, just stared at them for a while. Then he walked the perimeter of the clearing, scanning the tree-line. We checked the shed, it was still latched. Then we went inside and checked the cabin. Nothing missing, nothing moved, just those prints outside. The air felt heavier after that, like the forest was watching us. We decided to stick close to the cabin that day. We did a short hike around the nearby hills, circling the area but not going far. Every so often, we stopped and listened. The forest felt different now, not silent but muffled, like it was holding something back. We didn't say it, but we both felt it. That night, we kept the generator running a little longer, lit more lanterns inside, and brought the axes in, just in case. We locked everything again. I pushed one of the heavy chairs against the front door. It made me feel a little better, even if it didn't mean much. I didn't sleep well. Every time I drifted off, I'd wake up thinking I heard something. A creak, a thump, a whisper of movement. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps outside. Slow, careful, like someone was trying not to be heard. I froze. The sound moved around the side of the cabin, then stopped. A few seconds later, I heard it again on the other side. I stayed perfectly still. No light, no noise, just my own breathing and the sound of my heart pounding. Eventually, it stopped. I waited a long time before I even moved. When the sun started to rise, I finally got up. Dylan was already awake. He looked like he hadn't slept either. We didn't need to say anything. We were leaving. We packed fast. Didn't eat, didn't clean up. Just stuffed everything into the bags and loaded the truck. Before we left, I walked around to the side of the cabin. More boot prints. This time they went all the way around. Someone had been circling the place. We drove out in silence. Neither of us relaxed until we were back on the highway with bars on our phones. I checked the cabin camera Dylan had set up inside without telling me. Just a small trail camera he placed above the door, pointing toward the living room. The last night it caught something. A figure, tall, wearing a hood, standing just outside the front window, still as a statue, just watching. It stood there for 10 minutes, not moving. Then it walked out of frame. That was it. We never reported it. What would we even say? No break-in, no damage, no theft. Just a feeling. Just boot prints in the dirt and someone watching us. We never went back to that cabin. I kept going to the gym. Dylan moved away a few months later for a job. We still message now and then, but we don't talk about that weekend. I think about it more than I admit. The way the air changed, the feeling of being watched, the silence that pressed against your ears like water. Sometimes I wonder how long he was watching us. Not just that night, but the whole weekend. Maybe the tracks were only the ones we saw. Maybe he had been there the entire time, just out of sight. Whatever his reason, he didn't break in. He didn't attack. He didn't do anything at all except watch. And that's the part that stays with me. Because I don't think he was waiting for us to leave. I think he was waiting for us to stay. I was 32 when I decided to take some time off and spend a long weekend alone in a cabin up in northern Michigan. This was back in late September of 2019, right before the leaves started to change color. I had a remote job back then, and even though I could technically work from anywhere, I needed to unplug for a few days. I'd been working long hours, barely sleeping, eating junk, and generally feeling burnt out. So I figured a few quiet days alone in the woods might help clear my head. The cabin belonged to a friend's uncle. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small wooden structure tucked into the edge of a dense forest, about half a mile off a dirt road and maybe 30 minutes from the nearest town. No Wi-Fi, no TV, not even much cell service. Just me, a few books, and whatever I brought with me. That sounded perfect at the time. I drove up on a Thursday morning, packed light, a cooler with food and water, a duffel bag with clothes, a flashlight, a hunting knife, a few paperbacks, and a sleeping bag. The cabin had a wood stove, a generator for a bit of electricity, and a rain barrel for washing up. Nothing more than what I needed. When I got there, everything looked fine. The door was locked, windows unbroken, and the area around the cabin looked like it hadn't been touched in a while. I walked around the place, stretched my legs, and checked out the woods for a bit. It was peaceful. Birds chirping, wind rustling through the trees, the faint scent of pine and damp earth in the air. No one around for miles. That was exactly what I wanted. The first day went by quietly. I read for a while on the small porch, fixed myself some canned chili, and watched the sun go down. The night was colder than I expected, so I built a fire inside using some logs stacked beside the stove. I wasn't used to absolute silence. Took some getting used to. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the creaking of the cabin walls settling. I slept hard that night, woke up a little after sunrise, made instant coffee over the propane burner and sat outside for a while, just staring out into the trees. There was no trail, just thick brush and woods in every direction. I wasn't much of a hiker, but I wandered a bit, maybe 100 yards in one direction, just to get a feel for the place. Found some deer tracks, a few rabbit droppings, nothing unusual, still peaceful. But that afternoon, something felt a little off. Not scary exactly, just strange. I was sitting out front, drinking water and flipping through a paperback, when I noticed something in the trees about 40 feet out. It wasn't big, just a small strip of color where there shouldn't have been any, like fabric. I walked over and found a torn piece of blue plastic, like a grocery bag, caught on a low branch. I figured the wind had blown it in, though I hadn't seen any trash earlier. I took it off and pocketed it. Not a big deal. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. Not because of noise, because of how quiet it was. So quiet that every little creak and pop from the cabin sounded sharp, almost loud. I started to notice the rhythm of the sounds, and that's when it got to me. There was something outside. I'm not talking about a bear or a raccoon or anything like that. I didn't hear any grunting, growling, or animal movement. What I heard sounded like slow, deliberate footsteps in the leaves, shuffling, then stopping, waiting, then a few more steps. They didn't circle the cabin. They stayed on one side, maybe 20 feet out, just far enough that I couldn't see from the windows unless I stepped out onto the porch. I sat there on the mattress, clutching the knife I'd brought, staring out the front window for what must have been 2 hours. I didn't dare turn on the lights or the generator. I just waited. At some point, the sound stopped. I waited another half hour, maybe more, before I finally dozed off from sheer exhaustion. The next morning, I looked for tracks. The ground was mostly dry pine needles and leaves, but I did find what looked like a partial shoe print in the dirt off to the side. Not big, maybe size 10, same as me. Definitely not an animal. I looked around more but didn't see anything else. No wrappers, no gear, no sign someone had been camping nearby. It was like someone had just walked into the woods, stood around near my cabin for a while, then left. I told myself it might have been a hunter, but it didn't sit right. It was private property, and there were signs posted out by the road. Whoever it was had no reason to be there, and they hadn't knocked or announced themselves, just walked around quietly. I stayed closer to the cabin that day. Every now and then, I thought I heard something out in the trees. A crack, a thud, a sound that wasn't wind. But I didn't see anything. Still, I felt watched. It was the kind of unease that starts in your stomach and spreads until you're checking over your shoulder every few minutes. That afternoon, I went back inside and locked the door. I didn't go out again until morning. That night, it rained. Light at first, then heavier around midnight. The sound of it on the tin roof was constant, but I still thought I heard movement. Not footsteps this time. More like scratching or dragging. It was hard to tell with the rain. I barely slept. When I woke up, the rain had stopped and everything was soaked. I walked the perimeter of the cabin again and found something I hadn't noticed before. A long, shallow mark in the dirt near the rear window. It looked like something had been dragged. A branch maybe, or a stick. But there weren't any fallen branches nearby. It just started at the edge of the woods and ended at the wall of the cabin. I felt sick when I saw it. The next couple of hours were a blur. I packed up my bag and made a decision to leave. I didn't care that I'd planned to stay another day. Something was wrong. I could feel it. I walked down the trail toward where I'd parked my car at the bottom of the hill, but the car was gone. First, I thought maybe I was in the wrong spot. I circled around, checked the road, even walked further up in case I'd gotten turned around. But no, the car was gone. No tire tracks in the mud from someone else. Just gone. I stood there for a long time trying to figure out what to do. I didn't have cell service. The nearest house I knew of was maybe 5 or 6 miles down the road. I could walk it, but if whoever was messing with me was still around, that was a risk. So I went back to the cabin, locked the door, and waited. By now, my heart was racing constantly. Every noise made me jump. I kept the knife on me at all times. Every hour I checked the windows. Nothing. Just trees and fog and the sound of dripping water from the roof. Then, around 5 p.m., I saw something across the clearing. Something new. Someone had tied a long piece of string to a tree, maybe 40 feet out. It hadn't been there before. A thin white string, stretched low to the ground, barely visible unless you were looking directly at it. I followed it with my eyes as far as I could into the trees, but it disappeared into the brush. My chest tightened. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner of the cabin with my back against the wall and the knife in my hand, listening to every sound. And there were sounds. More footsteps. A knock, one single knock on the side wall near the back. Not hard, just enough to let me know they were still there. But they never tried to get in. That was the worst part. They didn't break in, didn't yell, didn't make demands. Just let me know they were there, watching, waiting. By sunrise, I'd made up my mind. I was going to walk to the nearest house or main road and flag down a car. I wasn't staying another hour. I grabbed what I could carry, left everything else behind, and took off down the road.
Ivalkiet fast.
Kept checking behind me. Every snap of a twig or rustle of a bush made me whip around. But no one followed, at least not where I could see them. After about 2 hours of walking, I finally saw a mailbox up ahead. A ranch-style house with a satellite dish and a pickup truck in the driveway. I walked up and knocked hard on the door. An older man answered, gave me a strange look, and let me use his phone. I called a tow company first. Told them where I'd left my car. They said they'd send someone out. I waited on the porch while the man made me coffee. I didn't say much, just that something weird had happened and I needed to get back to town. The tow truck showed up an hour later. The driver radioed in and then told me something that froze my blood. They'd found my car. It was on the opposite side of the county, abandoned near a trailhead I'd never even heard of. Keys gone. Everything inside untouched, even the cash I'd left in the glove box. No sign of who moved it, no prints, no damage. It was like someone had just driven it there and left it. The sheriff's department took a report, but nothing ever came of it. They said maybe it was kids messing around. Maybe I left the keys in it by accident and someone took a joyride. But I know I didn't. I had the keys with me the entire time. I never went back to that cabin. I never saw whoever it was that had been out there watching me. I don't know what they wanted. Maybe it was just to scare me. Maybe it could have been worse if I'd stayed one more night. But I left with a clear understanding of something I hadn't believed before. The woods aren't empty, and sometimes someone is already out there waiting. Not a ghost, not a monster, just a person with all the time in the world and no reason to stop. I sold my car 3 weeks later. I couldn't even look at it without getting that sick feeling in my chest again. And I haven't been camping since. I was 32 when I decided to take a break from the city. I'd been living in Atlanta for most of my adult life, working in insurance, doing the same thing every day behind a desk. The noise, the traffic, the endless emails. It all started grinding me down. So in the spring of 2019, I took 2 weeks off and booked a cabin up in Tennessee, not far from the Smoky Mountains. The cabin was in a remote part of the woods, about 40 minutes from a small town called Newport. It was listed on some site that advertised off-grid getaways. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just a generator, a water pump, and nature. That's exactly what I wanted. Peace and quiet. I rented a pickup from the airport, packed up some supplies, canned food, bottled water, propane for the small stove, a few books, a tarp, and a toolkit, and made my way there. The last part of the drive was up a winding dirt road that barely looked used. It had rained a few days before I arrived, so the road was muddy, rutted in places. Branches scraped against the sides of the truck as I crawled along. The GPS had lost its signal about 20 minutes earlier. I was using printed directions from the rental listing, which told me to look for a broken fence post and an old rusted mailbox. When I finally found it, I turned down the barely visible path and saw the cabin ahead, tucked into the trees. It looked exactly like the pictures. Single story, dark wood, front porch with a couple chairs, small shed off to the side. There was a fire pit in front, a pile of chopped wood stacked nearby. The place was quiet, peaceful. I unpacked everything, set it up inside, and got the generator running before dark. I lit a few lanterns, ate some chili from a can, and sat on the porch, listening to the forest. That first night, I slept like a rock. No sirens, no headlights flickering past the window, no loud neighbors. Just frogs and wind and the occasional creak of the trees. The mattress was old, but it didn't matter. I woke up early the next morning to a thick fog over the trees and cool air on my face. I made some coffee on the propane burner and sat outside, watching the sun slowly burn through the mist. For the first couple days, it was perfect. I read, hiked a little, chopped some firewood, kept a journal. I even tried sketching the trees, though I've never been much of an artist. I stayed close to the cabin most of the time. I'd always liked the idea of being in the woods alone, though I'd never actually done it for more than a night or two. I liked the silence. It let my mind breathe. But around the fourth day, I noticed something strange. I was out behind the cabin, maybe 100 yards into the woods, checking out this small creek I'd come across the day before. It wasn't much, just a trickle over some rocks, but it was a nice spot to sit and listen. I'd brought a little camp stool and a thermos of coffee. As I sat there, I noticed something in the mud across the creek. It looked like boot prints, big ones, deep, like whoever made them was heavy or carrying something. They weren't mine. I'd never crossed to the other side. I walked along the edge of the creek, looking for more, and sure enough, I found a trail of them leading off into the woods. That struck me as odd. The cabin was supposed to be on private property. There weren't any other rentals nearby, no hiking trails. The listing had mentioned the land around the cabin was owned by the same family who built it decades ago. I hadn't seen another person since I got there. No cars, no lights through the trees at night. Just animals. I stood there for a while, staring at those prints. Then I walked back to the cabin and tried to forget about it. But that night, I didn't sleep as well. Every noise outside made me tense up. A branch snapping, something rustling through leaves. I kept telling myself it was probably just a hunter, or maybe someone from town who didn't realize the land was private. But the prints had looked fresh. No rain, no leaves over them. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. Didn't see anything unusual. No more prints. The wood pile hadn't been touched. The shed was still locked. But when I walked out to the truck, I saw something weird. One of the tires was low. Not flat, but definitely lower than the others. I checked it with the little gauge I had. It had lost almost half the air. I'd inspected everything when I got there. The tires were fine. I didn't remember hitting anything on the way up. I got out the air compressor and filled it back up. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That afternoon, I stayed closer to the cabin. Read a little, but couldn't focus. Every so often, I'd walk around the property, checking the tree line. I didn't see anyone, but I couldn't ignore how quiet everything felt. The birds were still there, but there was this pressure in the air like before a storm. That night, I turned off the generator early and lit a few candles. I figured maybe the light was drawing attention. I even covered the windows with some old sheets I found in the closet. I still had 3 days left before I planned to head back, but I was already thinking about cutting it short. Around midnight, I heard something. It was soft at first, just a thump, then another, then the creak of the porch boards. I froze in bed. I hadn't had a single visitor in 5 days. I'd barely seen a bird land near the porch. but I was sure someone was out there. I sat up, slowly, careful not to make any noise. My flashlight was on the nightstand, but I didn't grab it. I just listened. Another creak. Then something knocked against the door. Not hard. More like a bump, like someone leaning into it. My heart was pounding. I remembered the small axe I kept by the stove. I crept out of bed, stepped lightly through the dark room, and picked it up. I waited there, by the wall, holding my breath. Nothing happened. After a minute, I peeked out the window, pulling the sheet back just a little. I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. No moon, no stars. The generator was off. I waited there, staring into the dark for a long time. Then I heard footsteps, moving away, crunching over the leaves. Whoever it was, they didn't run. They just walked off, slow and steady, like they weren't in a hurry. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the chair with the axe in my lap, watching the door, jumping at every sound. When the sun finally came up, I went outside. There were marks on the porch, mud, and a scuffed spot near the door like something heavy had pressed into it. I walked the perimeter of the cabin. That's when I found something that made my stomach turn. Out near the woodpile, someone had stuck a stick into the ground. On top of it was a plastic water bottle. My water bottle. I'd left it in the truck. The cap was twisted off and balanced on top. Felt like a message, but I didn't know what it meant. I checked the truck. One of the back doors was ajar. I always lock everything. I was sure I had. Inside, it looked like someone had gone through my bags. Nothing was missing, but things were out of place. Pair of socks on the seat. My shaving kit on the floor. That was it. I packed up as fast as I could. Tossed everything into the truck. Turned the key. Started, but I was sweating the whole time. I didn't look back at the cabin as I pulled out. I just drove. The road was worse than before. Muddy, slick. I had to take it slow, which made it worse. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone step into the road. But I didn't. Just trees. Took me over an hour to get back to town. I stopped at the first gas station I saw. I used their bathroom to splash cold water on my face, then sat in the truck with the engine running for a while. I thought about calling the property owner, but what would I say? That someone walked on the porch? That they left a water bottle on a stick? I didn't want to sound paranoid, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. I didn't tell anyone about what happened until weeks later. When I did, they said maybe it was just a squatter or some drifter living in the woods. Maybe a prank. But it didn't feel like that. Felt like whoever it was had been watching. Like they knew I was alone. Like they were testing me. I haven't been back to a cabin since. I still think about that night. The creaking boards. The soft knock on the door. The slow footsteps fading into the trees. And that feeling, that deep, pressing weight in the air, that someone was watching me the whole time. Sometimes, when I wake up at night in my apartment, I swear I hear that same creak. But I tell myself it's nothing, just an old building settling. Still, I check the door, just in case. It was the summer of 2017 when I decided to spend a full week off the grid. I had just turned 34. My name's Andrew, and I had been living in Las Cruces, New Mexico, working long hours at a custom metal fabrication shop. The work was loud, dusty, and repetitive. I had grown tired of the constant buzz of machines and the same old daily grind. I didn't want a beach or a city vacation. I wanted quiet, silence, isolation. I had heard about this remote cabin up near the edge of the Carson National Forest from a coworker named Travis. He'd stayed there once during hunting season. Said it was bare bones, no internet, no cell signal, no neighbors for miles, and best of all, cheap. The owners were an older couple who lived in town, and they mostly rented it to people who wanted solitude. I thought it sounded perfect. I booked it for 7 days. I didn't tell many people where I was going, just my younger sister, and even she only had the general area. It was the kind of place where GPS lost its signal halfway in. I printed out directions, packed my gear, and headed out early one Saturday morning in July. The first leg of the trip was smooth. I stopped for gas and supplies in Española. I bought canned food, a small cooler of fresh items, some dry snacks, and bottled water. I wasn't expecting luxury, just a chance to sit in the woods and read, maybe write, hike a little. I brought a sleeping bag, flashlight, a small hatchet, a folding knife, and a first aid kit. I had no guns, not because I'm against them, but because I didn't think I'd need one. The last 45 minutes of the drive were rough. I followed the directions off the paved road, then onto a long, narrow dirt path that climbed up through scrub and pine. The higher I went, the more rugged it got. I drove slow, avoiding ruts and rocks. Dust billowed up in my rear view. My rental SUV bounced around a bit, but it made it. I knew I was close when I saw an old wooden fence line on the right, broken in a few spots. Beyond that was forest, dense and wild. Then I spotted the clearing, and the cabin came into view. It was small and weathered, with faded red paint and a metal roof. A single chimney poked up from the side. There was a small porch with a worn wooden chair and a metal bucket full of kindling. A solar panel sat on a tripod next to the shed, probably enough to power a light or two. A 55-gallon drum was rigged up for rainwater, though it looked almost empty. There was no visible driveway, just packed dirt and grass from the last person's tires. I parked to the side, killed the engine, and stepped out. It was dead quiet. The only sound was the wind pushing through the trees and a few insects buzzing around. I unlocked the front door with the key they'd mailed me. Inside was even simpler than I expected. One main room, a small cast iron stove for heat, a wooden table, 2 chairs, a counter with some shelves above it, and a narrow bed against the far wall. There was a dry toilet out back in a separate little shack. No running water. A couple of old kerosene lamps sat on the table. The air inside smelled like old wood, dust, and earth. It was exactly what I needed. The first 2 days were peaceful. I woke up early, made simple breakfasts, oatmeal, eggs on a camp stove, coffee from a metal percolator. I spent most of my time outside, sitting in a camp chair with a book, or hiking down some of the unmarked game trails that weaved through the trees. I brought a small journal and wrote for a couple hours each day. The nights were cold but calm. I'd light the stove, wrap up in a blanket, and listen to the wind outside. The silence was so deep it almost pressed in on you. I thought I'd be scared being so far from anyone, but it was peaceful, at least at first. The third night, something changed. It started with the sound of footsteps outside. I was already in bed, half asleep, when I heard them. Soft crunches in the dirt and dry pine needles, moving around the back of the cabin. I lay still, thinking maybe it was a deer, but the steps didn't sound like hooves. They were slow, heavy, deliberate, human. I stayed in bed, not moving, heart starting to race. The footsteps stopped for a long while. I didn't hear anything else, but I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. I didn't see anyone, but in the loose dirt near the back wall, I found what looked like the faint outline of a boot print. Not mine. I had been wearing trail runners, and this was a thick, deeper tread. I felt uneasy, but I told myself it could have been from days ago. Maybe a hiker, a hunter, who knew? The place wasn't fenced off. Still, from then on, I kept a closer eye on things. I started locking the door, even when I was inside. I kept my folding knife next to my bed, and I stopped hiking far from the cabin. On the 4th day, things escalated. It was early evening. I was sitting on the porch watching the trees sway when I saw something move behind them. At first, I thought it was an animal, But then I realized it was a person. A man, maybe 50 yards out, partially obscured by the tree trunks. He was standing still, just watching.
No back, no visible gear.
Just standing there. I froze. I didn't want to move, didn't want to make noise. After about 20 seconds, he slowly stepped behind one of the trees and disappeared from view. I waited another 5 minutes, then went inside and locked the door. I stayed up most of that night, straining to hear any sounds outside. I kept the kerosene lamp off, just sat there in the dark, trying to control my breathing. Nothing happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning, I went out again and looked around. I didn't see anyone, but off to the side of the clearing, maybe 10 feet into the woods, I found something strange. A used matchstick sticking out of the ground, half burnt, like someone had struck it and stuck it in the dirt. It wasn't mine. I hadn't lit any matches out there. I felt like something was wrong, really wrong. I thought about leaving early, but the idea of driving that narrow dirt road at night, with limited visibility and no phone signal, didn't seem much better. I stayed one more night. That was my mistake. On the 6th night, everything came to a head. It was around 11 p.m. I had been trying to sleep, bundled in my bag, knife still in my hand. The wind had picked up, and the old roof creaked above me. Then I heard it again. Footsteps outside. Slow. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Closer. Then a light, very faint, like a flashlight beam, filtered through the trees. It moved toward the cabin from the side, sweeping slowly. I saw the shadow pass by the window, tall and thin. I got up as quietly as I could, crept to the table, and turned the kerosene lamp wick down low until it was barely aglow. I waited. The footsteps moved around to the back again, paused, then came back toward the front door. And then they stopped. I didn't breathe. I stood still, heart pounding. Suddenly, the door rattled. Not a knock, a sharp, testing push. A little harder, then again. I had locked it, and the deadbolt held. I stood there, gripping my knife, sweat running down my back despite the cold. The door creaked like someone was putting weight on it, testing how strong it was. Then nothing. Silence. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. I waited, heart hammering in my ears, until the first light of dawn finally crept through the window. I stepped outside, slow, cautious, scanning every corner of the woods. Whoever it was, they were gone. But in the dirt in front of the porch, I found something new. A small pile of pebbles, neatly arranged. 5 little stones stacked on top of each other. Like a marker. That was enough for me. I packed my gear in 10 minutes, didn't eat, didn't make coffee. Just grabbed my keys and drove. The SUV fishtailed once on a curve, but I didn't stop. I didn't slow down until I hit paved road again. When I got back to town, I drove straight to the little hardware shop where the cabin owners worked. I told them someone had been stalking the place, watching me, trying to get in. They looked surprised, but not shocked. The man, Ray, I think, said something about off-season squatters and how sometimes people hid out in those woods. Said he'd go up and check it out. I never found out who the man was. I didn't go back. I didn't call the police. What could I even tell them? There was no crime, technically. No one got hurt. Nothing was stolen. Just fear. For weeks afterward, I had trouble sleeping. Every little noise made me flinch. I kept thinking about how long that guy had been watching. Had he followed me from the road? Was he already up there when I arrived? I don't know. What I do know is this. Being alone in the woods sounds peaceful, but it only feels safe when you're truly alone. The second you realize someone else is out there, watching from the trees, everything changes. I don't go on solo trips anymore. I don't camp without cell service. And I always, always, make sure someone knows exactly where I am. That week in the cabin was supposed to help me disconnect from the world. Instead, It made me see just how close danger can be, even in the quietest places. I was 33 when I decided to take a week off from my job at the warehouse in Raleigh, North Carolina. It was early October 2019, and the stress had been building for months. My supervisor had been giving me longer hours, I had been skipping meals, sleeping late, waking up earlier, and my body was starting to feel it. I didn't have a family of my own, just me and my small 2-bedroom apartment. I hadn't been on a real trip in over 5 years. I remembered a cabin that used to belong to my Uncle Roy, up in the western part of Virginia. He'd passed away a couple of years ago, and the cabin was left abandoned, more or less forgotten. It sat on a stretch of old hunting land near Covington. Deep woods, nothing but trees and small roads leading up into the hills. There were no neighbors for at least 2 miles in any direction. The cabin didn't have running water anymore, and the electricity was only sort of working when it wanted to. But the place always gave me a strange sense of calm. I figured if I wanted peace and quiet, there was no better place to get it. I packed some basic supplies: canned food, instant coffee, bottled water, a flashlight, a small generator, some old tools, and loaded everything into my truck. I brought a .22 rifle just in case, mostly for animals. I didn't plan on hunting, but out there in the woods, you never really knew what could show up. I left early in the morning on a Tuesday, right after the sun came up. The drive took about 4.5 hours. The closer I got, the fewer cars I saw. By the time I turned onto the gravel road that led to the cabin, it felt like I was the last person left on Earth. The cabin was still there, tucked between tall pines and hidden from the main trail by overgrowth. A little weather-worn and sagging, but not falling apart. I parked behind it and started unloading my things. The air smelled like dry leaves and wood smoke. I felt the stress start to fall off my shoulders just being out there. For a while anyway. The first night passed quietly. I lit a fire in the wood stove, set up my sleeping bag in the bedroom, and spent some time sitting on the porch, listening to the crickets and the occasional rustling in the trees. I had brought a couple of old paperbacks and spent most of the evening reading by flashlight. No signal on my phone, of course, but I expected that. The next day, I went for a long walk down the old trail that ran behind the cabin. It used to lead to a creek where we fished when I was a kid. The trail was mostly covered in leaves and branches, but I followed it out of memory. I saw animal tracks here and there, deer mostly, maybe a coyote or two. It felt good to be out in the open air, breathing deep and not hearing engines or sirens. When I got back to the cabin, I cracked open a can of beans, warmed them up, and sat outside while I ate. That's when I first noticed something strange. It was just a distant sound. A thud, like something heavy dropping in the woods. Then silence, not too far off, maybe 100 yards or so. I stood up and stared into the trees. Nothing moved. I listened for a minute, then shrugged it off. Could have been a branch falling, or a deer knocking something over. The woods are full of noises that don't mean anything. But that night, something woke me up. It was past midnight. The cabin was dark except for the dim red light on my portable generator's meter. I lay still, not sure at first what had snapped me out of sleep. Then I heard it again. A soft creak, like a footstep, on wood, came from the porch. My heart started thudding hard in my chest. I sat up slowly, keeping quiet, and grabbed the flashlight from beside my sleeping bag. I clicked it on and swept the beam toward the window facing the porch. Nothing. I didn't see anything out there, but something was different. The crickets had stopped. Total silence outside. That kind of silence that feels loud in your ears. I got up, crept across the room, and eased the front door open just a crack. I shined the light onto the porch. It was empty. The old boards creaked again as I stepped out. I panned the flashlight across the clearing, into the woods. Still nothing. No eye shine, no animals. I stayed out there for a while, just listening. Then I turned and went back inside. I locked the door, shut the windows, and laid back down. I didn't fall asleep for a long time. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. Nothing seemed out of place, but I saw something in the dirt by the stairs. A boot print, not mine. It was bigger, wider, and deeper. Fresh, just one, but it hadn't been there the day before. I stayed around the cabin most of that day. Something about that print kept itching at me. I tried to shake it off. Told myself it could have been there before and I just missed it. But I kept checking the tree-line, listening harder than usual. That night, I locked everything up tighter and moved the generator inside. I didn't sleep well. Early the next morning, I stepped outside with my coffee and saw tire tracks coming up the gravel road. They looked fresh, not like mine. These were different tread patterns, and I could see how they curved up toward the cabin, stopped just short of the clearing, then backed out. Like whoever was driving had second thoughts about coming closer. I followed them back a little ways, but they vanished where the road hardened again. I stood there, hands in my pockets, heart picking up speed. Someone else had come up here, watched the cabin, then left. I started thinking maybe I should cut the trip short. Something about it all was just feeling wrong. I decided I'd leave in the morning after one last night. I pack up at sunrise and head back to Raleigh. The woods didn't feel peaceful anymore. That night, it all changed. It was just after 10 p.m. I was sitting in the main room, reading by flashlight again, when I heard the noise. An engine, off in the distance, getting closer. My stomach dropped. I turned off the light and moved to the window. I peered out through the cracked blinds. Headlights appeared through the trees. A truck. It rolled slowly up the gravel road, tires crunching. Pulled into the clearing in front of the cabin and stopped. Lights stayed on. Then the engine shut off. I stayed still, my breath shallow. My rifle was leaning in the corner by the door. I didn't move for it yet. I just watched. Two men got out, tall, both wearing jackets. One had a cap pulled low. The other carried something in his hand. Looked like a crowbar or maybe a tire iron. They stood by the truck for a few seconds, talking. Then they started walking toward the cabin. I grabbed the rifle and backed into the corner, heart racing so hard I could barely hear. They didn't knock, just came straight up the porch steps. I heard them testing the door quietly at first, then more forcefully. I chambered around. They pushed hard, but the door held. One of them circled around the back. I heard a window shatter. Glass hit the floor in the back room. That's when I moved. I darted through the bedroom, shut the door behind me, and crouched by the bed. I aimed the rifle at the broken window. I didn't want to shoot anyone, but I wasn't about to wait and see what they wanted. The man with the crowbar climbed halfway through the window. I shouted at him to stop, and when he didn't, I fired a warning shot into the floorboards. That did it. He dropped back outside, swearing. I could hear both of them scrambling away, crashing through the brush toward their truck. I stayed frozen for a few minutes, heart hammering in my ears. The engine roared to life.
Tire spoon.
They tore off down the gravel road, leaving dust in their wake. I didn't sleep that night. When the sun came up, I packed everything into the truck as fast as I could. I didn't eat, didn't drink coffee. I just loaded up and drove. I checked my rearview mirror the whole way back to Raleigh, paranoid, watching every car that got too close. Later that week, I reported the break-in to the county sheriff out in Covington. They sent someone to check the cabin, but nothing came of it. No arrests, no fingerprints, nothing. Just a broken window and a few scuffed boot prints. They figured it was just squatters or some drug runners moving through the hills. Happens more than people realize, especially out in the rural places. I never went back to that cabin. A few months later, I sold the land through a lawyer. got rid of the deed, and made sure my name wasn't attached to any of it anymore. I still think about it sometimes. That quiet week I wanted so bad. How it turned into one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I don't know what those men were planning to do if they had gotten inside. I don't want to know. Maybe they thought the place was still abandoned. Or maybe they knew I was there, and they just didn't care. That's the part that gets under my skin. The not knowing. I still keep the rifle close, even in my apartment. And every time I hear something at night, I think about the creak of those porch boards, the shattered window, the way those men didn't hesitate. It wasn't a ghost story. It was real, and that's what makes it worse. The rain had started falling heavily by the time I turned onto the winding dirt road that led to the cabin. I'd been driving for hours, through the thick woods that seemed to stretch on forever. My headlights sliced through the darkness, revealing a narrow path, muddy and slick from the rain. I couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in my stomach. Something about this place didn't feel right, but I had to press on. It was too late to turn back now. I had rented this cabin for a week to get away from the city. The noise, the constant bustle, the never-ending stream of people. It had all become too much. I needed peace, silence, a place to clear my head. That's what the ad said. Anyway, a secluded cabin in the middle of the woods, perfect for a solo retreat. What I didn't realize when I booked it was how far off the grid it truly was. The cabin was isolated, nearly impossible to reach unless you were familiar with the area. And now, as the rain beat down harder and the wind howled through the trees, I began to feel the weight of my decision. By the time I parked in front of the cabin, the rain had turned into a torrential downpour. The air felt heavy, thick with moisture. I grabbed my bag and hurried inside. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and I stepped into a dimly lit room that smelled of wood and damp earth. The place was old, but sturdy. The wooden floors groaned under my feet, and the walls were adorned with old photographs and faded tapestries. It wasn't fancy, but it had character. The fireplace in the corner seemed inviting, and I couldn't wait to get a fire going. I unpacked my things quickly and set to work on getting the fire started. The cabin's wood stove looked like it hadn't been used in ages, but I managed to get a small fire going. The warmth spread through the room, and I sighed in relief. The chill that had settled in my bones from the long drive was slowly starting to dissipate. I decided to take a walk to stretch my legs after being cooped up in the car for so long. The rain had slowed to a light drizzle, and the woods outside looked eerie but peaceful in the gray light. I grabbed my jacket and stepped out onto the porch, the wood creaking beneath me. As I gazed out into the woods, something caught my eye. A shadow moved between the trees, just at the edge of the clearing. I froze, my heart racing. But when I looked again, the shadow was gone. I shook it off. It was probably an animal, or maybe just the wind playing tricks with my mind. I wasn't used to being alone in such an isolated place. It was probably nothing. I headed back inside, trying to push the unease out of my mind. The hours passed quietly as I settled in. I spent most of the evening reading and watching the fire crackle in the hearth. But the longer I sat there, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the occasional creak of the house settling. The storm outside was picking up again, and the wind howled as it rattled the windows. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting it to burst open. Around midnight, I heard a noise. It was faint, just a whisper at first, but it came from outside. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate. I stood up, my heart racing, straining to hear over the pounding rain. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to be stealthy. They were moving deliberately, like they wanted me to know they were out there. I grabbed the flashlight off the table and stepped cautiously to the door. My hand hovered over the doorknob, but I hesitated. I didn't want to open it. I didn't want to know what was out there, but my curiosity got the better of me. I swung the door open. The night air hit me with a rush of cold, and I shined the flashlight into the darkness. There was nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind, the rain coming down in sheets, and the quiet hum of the storm. I let out a shaky breath, feeling like a fool for getting so worked up. But then, as I stepped back inside, I noticed something. A faint set of muddy footprints leading away from the porch and into the woods. I froze. Someone had been standing there, just outside, and they had been watching me. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands trembling. I didn't know who it was or what they wanted, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone. I spent the rest of the night on edge, jumping at every creak of the cabin and every gust of wind that rattled the windows. The storm seemed to intensify, the rain coming down in sheets. I tried to ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut, but every time I glanced at the door, I couldn't shake the sense that someone was out there, waiting. Morning came, but the storm showed no signs of letting up. I didn't want to be stuck in the cabin all day, so I decided to go for a hike. I figured that getting some fresh air would help clear my head and take my mind off the strange events of the night before. I grabbed my raincoat and headed out, taking a different path this time, away from the cabin. The woods were quiet, eerily so. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the steady drip of rain from the trees. As I walked deeper into the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but every time I turned around, there was nothing. I decided to head back to the cabin after about an hour. The trail had become more difficult to navigate, and the rain was picking up again. I was wet and cold, and I just wanted to get back inside. But as I approached the clearing where the cabin should have been, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The cabin was no longer where it should have been. It had been moved. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. But no, the cabin was gone. In its place stood only a small, decaying shack, overgrown with ivy and moss. The foundation was cracked, the windows broken, and the door hung loosely on its hinges. There was no sign of the cabin I had stayed in the night before. My heart raced as I stumbled backward, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I turned and ran back down the trail, panic rising in my chest. I had to get out of here. I had to leave. But as I ran, I felt something cold and sharp brush against the back of my neck. I spun around, but there was nothing there. My breath came in ragged gasps as I kept running, my feet slipping in the mud, the woods seeming to close in around me. I didn't stop until I reached the road, but when I turned to look back, the shack was gone, and the cabin had returned. The same one I had stayed in the night before, standing silently in the rain. I couldn't make sense of it, but I didn't care. All I knew was that I had to leave. I got back into my car and sped off down the road, never looking back. And I never spoke of what happened in those woods again. But I would never forget the feeling of being watched. The sense that something was waiting for me, just out of sight. And the knowledge that whatever it was, it wasn't human. I made it out of those woods alive, but I was never the same after that night. The feeling that someone or something had been watching me stayed with me long after I left. I couldn't help but wonder if I had narrowly escaped something far more sinister than I could comprehend. The events of that night didn't make sense, and no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I knew deep down that I had come too close to something dark and terrifying. The memories of the abandoned shack, the muddy footprints, the shifting cabin, they stayed with me. I couldn't explain it, but I knew that the woods had a way of trapping people, of making them lose their way, of hiding whatever evil lurked there. It was a part of me now, a part that would never fade. And though I eventually found peace elsewhere, Every time I heard a creak in the floor or felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, I couldn't help but wonder, what was out there? In those woods? What had I really encountered? And what if one day it came looking for me again? It was mid-November, and the air had a bite to it. The kind of cold that clung to your bones no matter how many layers you put on. I was 28 years old. My name's Kyle, and I was supposed to be enjoying the peace and quiet of the remote cabin I'd rented for a weekend of solitude. I needed a break. Away from the noise, the city, the people who never stopped talking. And a cabin seemed perfect. It was an old wooden structure, built with thick logs, nestled deep in the woods of northern Michigan, far from any neighbors or towns. I had found it online in some niche vacation rental site that promised seclusion. The pictures looked great. The cabin looked like it had been well kept. Rustic, yes, but cozy. The reviews, too, were positive, claiming that it was an ideal place for nature lovers or anyone wanting to disconnect for a while. The drive to the cabin had been longer than I expected. The winding roads had turned into narrow dirt paths, overgrown with brush, and I had to keep my eyes peeled to make sure I didn't get lost. The GPS had shown that I was almost there, but as I turned a corner, I saw it. The cabin, sitting in the middle of a clearing, surrounded by dense forest on all sides. It looked different from the pictures. The outside had a weathered look, like it had been neglected for years, though it seemed stable enough. The front porch sagged a little, but the door was locked with a rusty old padlock. A small, hand-painted sign hung from one of the beams. It read, "Welcome, enjoy your stay." The words felt almost too cheery for how lonely and desolate the place felt. Still, it was exactly what I was looking for, quiet and isolated. Maybe too isolated. I unloaded my things, set up a small campfire outside to keep warm, and settled in. The first evening passed slowly, but the peace was welcome. I enjoyed the sound of the crackling fire and the chirping of crickets. There was no light pollution here, no buzzing streetlights, no distant traffic noise, just the pure, untouched silence of the woods. The only sign of life was a few deer that passed through the clearing at dusk. That night, the wind picked up, rattling the windows of the cabin. It was just the wind, I told myself, but there was something unsettling about the way it howled, as if it had a purpose, like it was trying to say something. I shrugged it off, blaming it on the isolation. I hadn't been away from people in so long that I was starting to feel paranoid. I awoke the next morning with the sun barely creeping through the trees. It was colder than I expected. The fire had died out during the night, and a thick frost had covered the windows. My breath came out in visible puffs as I stumbled out of bed. I wasn't exactly a morning person, but I had no plans for the day other than exploring the woods a bit. When I opened the door to go outside, the air smelled fresh and crisp. The ground was still frozen from the previous night's cold, but the sun was starting to warm it up. The forest was quiet, too quiet almost. As I walked around the cabin, I noticed something odd. There was a path leading away from the cabin that I hadn't seen the night before. It was narrow and barely visible through the thick underbrush, but it was there. I wasn't sure if it was an animal trail or something else, but curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow it. I hadn't walked far when I came across another structure, hidden deeper in the woods. It was another cabin, but this one was even older. Its roof sagged in the middle, and the wood was so weathered it looked like it could collapse at any moment. The windows were broken, and the door hung off its hinges, barely clinging to the frame. A deep sense of unease settled in my stomach, but I couldn't resist. I walked closer to the cabin, the crunching of leaves beneath my boots the only sound in the otherwise dead silence. The closer I got, the more I felt a strange pressure in the air, as if something was watching me, Something was wrong about this place, and it took me a few moments to put my finger on it. There were no animal tracks around the cabin, no birds flying overhead, just an unnatural quiet. I stepped cautiously onto the porch, the old wood creaking beneath my feet. The door swung open with a push, letting out a loud groan. Inside, the air was stale, heavy with dust and decay. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight as I carefully made my way through the dark, musty interior. There was no sign of anyone having been there recently. No belongings left behind, no signs of life, just decay. I tried to shake off the unease creeping up my spine, but as I looked around, I noticed something strange. There was a faint old stain on the wooden floor, something dark. It didn't look like rust, or at least not entirely. I crouched down to inspect it, and as I did, I noticed something else. A thin line of what appeared to be dried blood ran along the floor, leading to a small, boarded-up window at the back. That's when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. There was something off about this place. It didn't just feel abandoned, it felt abandoned for a reason. I backed out of the cabin quickly, my heart racing. I was about to turn and leave when I heard a sound, a scraping noise, faint but distinct. I froze, trying to listen. It came again, louder this time, like something being dragged across the ground. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned around slowly. There was no one there, but the air was thick with tension. It felt like something was just out of sight, watching me. I didn't want to be here anymore, not in this place. As I started walking back toward the main cabin, I felt the oppressive silence settle in around me once again. The path I had followed to this second cabin now felt like a mistake, and I was suddenly eager to get back to the safety of the cabin I had rented. I could still hear that scraping sound in my mind, even though it had stopped. When I reached the main cabin, I bolted the door shut behind me. The fire was long dead, and the cold crept into the room quickly, but I wasn't in the mood to rebuild it. I was too shaken up. I needed to sleep, to shake off the strange feelings that had settled in my chest. But sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake, listening to the howling wind and the creaking of the old house. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was overthinking it. But there was something about that second cabin. Something about the way it had felt so wrong, so abandoned with no explanation. My mind kept going back to the bloodstain on the floor. I didn't sleep much that night. When the morning came, I packed up my things early. I wasn't going to stay any longer. As I was leaving, I stopped to look back at the second cabin one last time. The woods were still, the trees motionless in the windless air. But as I glanced at the broken windows, I thought I saw something move behind them, a shadow. It was brief, just a flicker, but it made my skin crawl. I didn't want to stay to find out what it was. The drive back felt long, but as I passed the last stretch of forest and finally saw the main road ahead, I felt a sense of relief. Even though I never spoke about it to anyone, I'll never forget that cabin. It wasn't just abandoned, it was abandoned for a reason. And that reason, I'm afraid, was something I'd never be able to fully understand. But whatever it was, I knew I'd be glad to never return. It had been a few years since I moved out to the remote cabin in the Lake District, tucked away from the bustle of everyday life. I was hoping for peace, for quiet, away from the noise of the world. I was 32 years old, living alone, and had found work as a freelance writer, which meant my schedule was flexible. I enjoyed the solitude, the isolation, the ability to work without distractions. The closest village was over 20 miles away, and the cabin itself was nestled deep within the woods, accessible only by a narrow, winding road. The land was vast, with dense trees and steep hills surrounding the cabin, creating a sort of natural fortress. The air was fresh, clean, and the birdsong in the morning was the only sound that filled my ears. In winter, it was even more isolated, with snow covering everything, muting the world in a thick, cold silence. I found comfort in the stillness, the way the nights stretched on forever with nothing to do but think, write, and occasionally stoke the fire. The cabin, though small and simple, felt like home. A crackling fire in the hearth, the scent of pine wood, and the soft creaking of the wooden floors when the wind howled outside made it a place of refuge. That was until she came. It started with a series of strange events. Nothing overtly frightening at first, just little things that gnawed at the back of my mind, leaving me unsettled. It was a late October afternoon, the sky heavy with clouds and the wind howling through the trees. The weather in the Lake District can be unpredictable, and it was a bit of a relief when the rain finally began to pour down. I settled into my usual routine of writing at my desk by the window, watching the rain streak across the glass. I remember hearing the sound of footsteps outside, slow, deliberate. My first instinct was to dismiss it, assuming it was just a deer or perhaps a fox roaming through the underbrush. But then, the footsteps came closer, stopping right outside my door. My heart began to race. The wind was loud, but there was something else, a faint scraping sound. I stood up, hesitant, and slowly approached the door, peering through the small window next to it. There was nothing, just the thick, wet darkness of the forest. I felt foolish for being so on edge, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching. I returned to my desk, trying to calm myself, but the feeling lingered. For the rest of the afternoon, I couldn't focus on my work, constantly distracted by the thought that someone might be lurking just outside. When evening came, the unease only deepened. The wind had picked up, and the rain was now falling in sheets, battering against the windows. As I prepared dinner, I thought I saw a figure moving through the trees, a shadow darting between them. My heart skipped a beat. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that the storm was messing with my perception. But when the figure emerged from the trees and started walking toward the cabin, I knew something wasn't right. She appeared to be a woman, tall, thin, with long, wet hair that hung loosely around her shoulders. She wore a simple dress, though it was strange for the time of year. The fabric clung to her body, soaked through with rain. Her face was pale, almost ghostly, but there was something in her eyes that made my stomach twist. Something hollow, something unsettling. I stood frozen, watching her approach. She didn't seem to notice the cabin at first, her eyes fixed on something in the distance. Then, as if drawn by some unseen force, she turned and started walking directly toward my door. My instincts screamed at me to hide, to do anything but stand there, but I couldn't move. The knocking came shortly after. It was soft, almost tentative at first, like a whisper in the night. I didn't answer, couldn't. My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Should I call the police? What if she was lost? What if she needed help? But a deeper part of me, a primal instinct, told me not to open that door. Not for anyone. The knocking continued, growing more urgent. I backed away from the door, my eyes darting around the room as if looking for something, anything, to make me feel safe. My fingers trembled as I reached for the phone, but there was no signal out here, not for miles. I couldn't even get a simple text out. I was alone. The rain grew louder, the wind howling outside, but through it all, I could hear her voice, soft and muffled, like she was speaking to someone, or maybe herself. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was wrong, distant. I crouched down, pressing myself against the wall, trying to stay as quiet as possible. I thought I saw her shadow through the window, the faintest outline of her moving just outside. For what felt like hours, I sat there, waiting. Eventually, the knocking stopped. The wind howled louder, the storm becoming even more intense. I finally gathered enough courage to look outside again, but the woman was gone. There was no trace of her, no sign that she had ever been there. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I locked every window and door, making sure the cabin was as secure as possible. But even after everything was sealed tight, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was as if she was still out there, just waiting for me to make a move. The next morning, the storm had passed. The sky was still overcast, but the rain had stopped. I decided to go out and see if I could find any sign of the woman, but there was nothing. The woods were as quiet as ever. No footprints, no broken branches, no signs that anyone had passed through the area. It was as if she had never been there. Days passed, and the eerie feeling began to fade, though I never forgot her. I tried to tell myself it was just a figment of my imagination, that the isolation had played tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The feeling of being watched didn't leave. It lingered in the corners of my mind, like a shadow that never fully went away. A week later, I was out for a walk, trying to clear my head. The forest had a way of soothing me, of giving me space to think. As I walked, I stumbled upon something unexpected. A small, weathered bundle of clothing lying on the forest floor. I froze, my heart racing. It was a woman's dress, the same one the woman had been wearing that night. I picked it up cautiously, holding it by the hem. It was soaked with rain, but there was something about it that felt wrong. The fabric was old, worn, and the stitching was uneven, almost hastily done. As I turned it over, something fell out of the pocket. A small, crumpled photograph. I unfolded it carefully, my hands shaking. The photo showed a woman standing in front of a cabin, her face pale, her eyes wide and unblinking. She was smiling, but there was no warmth in her expression. It was as if she were trapped in the photo, unable to escape. I didn't know what to make of it. The photograph didn't make sense. The woman in the picture was unmistakably the same woman I had seen at the cabin. But how? How had this photograph ended up here in the woods? My mind raced. Could she have been here before? Had she lived in this cabin? I went back to the cabin that night, determined to figure out what was going on. I searched the entire cabin, looking for any clue that could explain what had happened. It wasn't until I opened the attic door that I found something that made my blood run cold. The attic was small, barely enough room to stand, but it was cluttered with old furniture, boxes, and dusty antiques. I was rummaging through one of the boxes when I found something wrapped in an old, faded blanket. I unwrapped it slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. It was a journal, the pages yellowed with age, the ink smudged in places but still legible. The journal belonged to a woman named Evelyn, the previous owner of the cabin. She wrote about her life here, the solitude, the peace she found in the woods. But as the entries progressed, they grew darker. She wrote about hearing voices in the night, about seeing things in the forest, about a woman who would visit her at the cabin, a woman she couldn't escape. The entries became more erratic, more desperate, until the last one simply read, "She's here. She never leaves. She's always watching." The journal ended there. I didn't need to read any more to understand what had happened. Evelyn had become obsessed with the woman, the one who had visited her, the one who wouldn't leave. I couldn't say for sure what happened to her, but I suspected she had never truly left the cabin. That woman, that eerie figure I had seen in the woods, had likely been Evelyn all along, trapped in some endless loop of her own making. I never saw her again after that day. Maybe she was a figment of my imagination, a manifestation of the isolation I had come to crave. Or maybe she was still out there, waiting for someone else to come to the cabin, someone else to be trapped in her nightmare. Either way, I left the cabin shortly after. I sold the place and moved back to the city, where the noise and people were enough to drown out the memories. But every so often, I wonder if someone else will find that cabin, if someone else will see her, if she'll come for them next.